Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science. I'm glad you're here. If your mind feels full, or your day ran long, settle in. Tonight, we'll drift gently through time, why your sense of now is always a heartbeat late, how the brain lives a few milliseconds in the past, and why clocks don't always agree with consciousness. We'll stop by Einstein's calm horizon, where time is a fourth dimension. Feel motion and gravity slow the beat of a clock, and follow entropy's quiet arrow. Then we'll peek into the soft light of quantum rooms, where superpositions blur before and after, where we ask when reality actually happens, and whether time exists without change, or emerges from something deeper. Before we begin, where are you listening from, and what time is it there? If these gentle explorations help you rest or simply feel, please like the video and subscribe so more sleepy minds can find us. Now take a slow breath in and let it go. For this moment, it's just you, your breath, and the beautiful question of time. Let's begin. Why our sense of now is always late. Notice the way this moment feels continuous, as if the world and your awareness touch the very same instant, and let that calm feeling settle while we quietly examine it. Because the gentlest secret of experience is that the present you feel is not instantaneous at all, but a carefully assembled scene delivered to you a little late, so that it can arrive whole, stable, and meaningful. Your brain waits just long enough to collect signals from eyes, ears, skin, and the rest of your body compares and corrects them, predicts what most likely happened, and only then releases a finished version of now that you can live inside, which means the vivid present you trust is a polished summary of the very recent past. You can think of this as a small buffering window that lets the brain solve a hard engineering problem. Because your senses never agree perfectly on timing, light requires a series of conversions from photons to neural spikes and travels along visual pathways that take longer than the routes for sound or touch. The distance from your toe to your spinal cord is very different from the distance from your lips to your brainstem, and each receptor type carries information at its own speed and resolution. If the brain displayed these streams the instant they arrived, you would first feel your heel hit the floor, then hear the dull thud, and only after that see your foot land, which would turn ordinary life into a jittery collage. Instead, the brain holds for a breath of milliseconds and uses that short window to align what does not naturally align. A process researchers often call multisensory integration, and the result is a unified present that feels smooth and simultaneous. You can sense this hidden work in simple illusions that tease your timing circuits. For example, when a moving object and a brief flash appear together, yet you see the moving one farther along its path than the flash. A classic flash lag effect that hints at prediction and temporal smoothing under the hood. Or when two lights blink in different places, and you suddenly perceive motion that was never there. The color-fi effect that reveals how the brain draws a continuous story by consulting not only earlier inputs, but also later ones before it settles on what you experience, a phenomenon called postdiction that shows how the future of a stimulus can rewrite the experience of its recent past. The moment you feel as now is therefore more like a small album page than an isolated point, a page on which the brain arranges events so that they make sense together. At the level of raw machinery, neurons need time to receive neurotransmitters, to sum signals from thousands of synapses, and to fire, and networks need time to exchange information across different regions before they can agree on a final interpretation. Which is why you can observe a temporal binding window in which sights and sounds that arrive slightly apart are still judged to be simultaneous, just as an orchestra conductor listens for harmony, rather than for the separate arrival times of each instrument. If the timing error exceeds that window, the illusion breaks, and you hear echoes or see lips and voice out of sync. But the window itself can shift with training and context. Watch a foreign language film with a small audio delay for long enough, and you will begin to feel that the dubbing improves, not because the sound engineer fixed the track, but because your brain adjusted its expectation of when speech and mouth movements should coincide. A quiet recalibration that keeps your present coherent in a changing world. And the same adaptation occurs in daily life, as your brain learns the typical delays in your home, your devices, and your movements. Even within vision, your brain quietly edits the flow to stabilize the world, as during rapid eye movements, when the image sweeps across the retina. But you do not see a smear, because visual processing is suppressed, and then filled with a best guess of continuity, an internal continuity correction that convinces you that the stationary lamp was stationary all along. These corrections mean that awareness is never a raw screen capture, but a refined rendering. Another clue comes from the way your brain predicts outcomes to cope with slowness. Because when you catch a ball or understand speech in a noisy room, you are not passively waiting for full data, but actively forecasting what is likely next. And the present you feel includes those forecasts folded in. This is an efficient solution in a body with slow hardware and a world that rarely repeats itself exactly. The effectiveness of prediction becomes obvious in the flash lag effect, where the moving object seems ahead of the flash because the brain anticipates where the motion will be when awareness crystallizes. And it shows up in simple touch illusions, like the cutaneous rabbit, in which taps on the skin are later felt as a series of evenly spaced touches. An example of the brain preferring regular patterns over irregular arrivals, which again implies that your timeline is reconstructed by principles of best fit, rather than by a single meter tick. None of this means you are living in error. It means that your experience is optimized for survival and understanding, a compromise between speed and accuracy. If awareness tried to show you the world at the instant each sensory spike arrived, you would get speed without meaning. If awareness waited for exhaustive certainty, you would get accuracy far too late to act. So the brain splits the difference by adding a small pause, by forecasting into that pause, and by letting later evidence slightly revise what just happened before you were told about it. This idea can feel unsettling at first, because you want the present to be absolute, yet it becomes comforting once you notice how the delay serves you. Like a patient narrator who waits for the end of the sentence before reading it aloud, so that the story makes sense. And the delay is so short that it keeps you agile while still protecting coherence. Most of the time you will never notice it, unless you go looking with careful experiments, or unless technology widens the gaps with long cables and remote feeds that your nervous system was not built to cancel. There is also the social present, the sense of sharing a moment with someone else. And even that is a negotiation, because your brain estimates what they intend to say before they finish. You predict the timing of a handshake or a hug by learning the rhythms of another person. And the two of you find a shared now through countless tiny predictions and micro-corrections, which is why music and conversation feel so satisfying when timing locks in, and so frustrating when timing slips out of your binding window. The subjective now is therefore not inside your head alone, but arises in the exchange between your forecasting mind and the world that answers it. Seen with calm eyes, the label present does not mean an infinitely thin slice. It means a short span within which events are gathered and stitched into a single experience. A span that can stretch or squeeze depending on attention, arousal, and context. Which is why fear can make moments feel long and absorption in a task can make hours feel short, because the brain is constantly trading detail for speed and changing how much evidence it wants before it commits to a story of now. Perhaps the most surprising lesson is that the settled feeling of immediacy is the final act, not the opening scene, and that awareness is the publication, not the draft, a release version assembled from data, predictions, and edits that span a small region of time behind you. If you can accept that, then you can also see why memory and perception are siblings, rather than separate departments. Since the brain uses similar methods to reconstruct the very recent past and the not-so-recent past, always with the same goal of creating a useful and stable line through events. When you learn to trust this process, you loosen a hard idea that life must be lived on a pin of absolute present, and you gain a softer skill, which is to let your experience be the artful compromise it already is. You can still respond quickly, still catch the ball, still hear the note, and feel the touch, all while understanding that what you call now is an elegant solution to a physical limitation, a brief and beautiful pause, in which the world is organized for you and handed over as a seamless whole. And when the day slows, and you notice the gentle lag that stitches your minutes together, you can let that awareness calm you rather than trouble you. Because it means your mind is doing its quiet job, giving you a present that is stable enough to stand on and generous enough to include a little of what just happened and a little of what is about to happen, so that you can move through life with meaning instead of noise, with rhythm instead of scatter, with a continuous sense of now that may arrive a heartbeat, late yet always arrives as a gift. The brain's lag. How you live in the past without realizing it. If you could press a hidden pause button on reality and ask your mind to deliver the very latest frame of your life, it would smile and hand you something already a breath old. Because the brain you trust for immediacy is a time machine with a tiny delay built in. And most days you do not notice that what you call the present is the past, stabilized, explained, and handed to you just in time to feel current. This is not a flaw, but a strategy. And once you see how it works, you understand why you move through the world with grace, despite hardware that is slow compared to the speed of light. Signals travel along your nerves at biological speeds, not instant ones, with some fibers moving fast and others creeping. And those signals do not arrive at a central theater ready to play, but must be cleaned up, compared, and combined, the conversion of photons to neural spikes in the eye, the relay through the thalamus, the building of edges and shape in the visual cortex, the matching against stored patterns. All of it takes time, and touch and sound run on their own schedules as they cross different distances through different tissues. So if your brain reported events right when the first packets landed, you would live in a messy cascade where a footfall is felt, then heard, then seen, each feeling arriving out of step with the others. To avoid that confusion, your brain quietly holds a short window of time, collects the streams, and chooses a single story that fits them all. A story that often includes not only the raw data that just arrived, but also predictions that fill the gaps left by slowness. This is why you can catch a ball traveling faster than your nerve impulses, why you can read lips in a noisy cafe, why you can keep your balance as the world shifts around you during a quick turn. Because the brain does not wait for certainty, it forecasts likely futures and then updates the forecast as late evidence trickles in. You can see the lag in action when technology widens it beyond what your nervous system can hide, as in a video call where the lips and voice feel slightly out of sync, or in virtual reality when the world responds just a little after your head moves and the illusion breaks, because the inner calibration expects a certain delay and suddenly meets another. Musicians notice this when playing with online latency. A few dozen milliseconds that would be swallowed by a concert hall become obvious and painful through a slow link, and the jam no longer locks. Which tells you that your sense of shared time with others is also a negotiation among delayed bodies trying to land on the same beat. In the lab, the lag shows up under controlled conditions, not to embarrass you, but to reveal a design that is otherwise invisible. Consider delayed auditory feedback, where your own voice is fed back to you a fraction of a second later, and your fluent speech falters, or temporal order judgments, where two quick events separated by a small gap often swap places in your report, or backward masking, where a brief image followed by another image can vanish from awareness, even though your eyes clearly took it in, because the later event helped the system decide that the earlier one did not matter. Consider the attentional blink, a lovely name for a simple limit, in which a target within a rapid stream of items makes it harder to see another target that follows soon after, as if awareness must close its eyelids for a short recovery before it can stamp a second event with the seal of "this happened." And think about the way your sense of agency shifts with timing, the intentional binding effect in which the interval between your action and a tone it causes feels shorter than it really is, because the brain ties cause and effect together to maintain a coherent sense of control. These are not bugs, they are the honest signatures of a system that backdates and postdates events in order to present a clean narrative rather than a choppy log. The motor system makes the time problem even more demanding, because by the time a command leaves the motor cortex, travels down the spinal cord, recruits muscles, produces movement, and returns sensory consequences to the brain, the world has moved on, So the brain uses internal copies of its own motor commands, often called efference copies, to predict what sensations should arrive. And when, your sense that your hand moved when you intended, your comfort with the feel of your own tickle compared to someone else's touch, your ability to counteract the forces you create when you push against a door, all depend on the brain comparing expected feedback against real feedback. And when the timing of that comparison is perturbed, as in experiments that delay the visual consequences of your movement, your feeling of ownership and authorship thins out. The cerebellum, that densely folded structure at the back of your head, is a champion forecaster, learning the statistics of your body and environment so that it can cancel the delays built into flesh and wire your movements to the near future, rather than to the slightly old present. Baseball hitters succeed by beginning their swing. Before the pitch is fully known, drivers steer into a skid by trusting forecasts about traction and inertia. Dancers and drummers rely on learned predictions of when a beat will land. And the fact that these skills improve tells you that the brain's model of the future is trainable, a living buffer against lag that you refine through practice. Even the vestibulo-ocular reflex that keeps your eyes stable as your head moves is a predictive marvel, because signals from motion sensors in your inner ears guide your eye muscles fast enough to keep the visual world steady on the retina, and the reflex accomplishes this by routing signals through paths that bypass slower conscious processing. When these systems are taxed or injured, the world can smear and spin, and ordinary lag becomes a dizzying gap. At the edge of awareness, timing shapes what you feel as intention itself, a fact that can be unsettling until you understand its logic. If you decide to flex a finger, your brain began preparing the action before the feeling of intention rose to the surface. And this is not evidence that you are a passenger, but evidence that conscious intention is part of a larger loop that includes preparation, prediction, and evaluation, a loop that needs to hide its own delays, if it is to give you a stable sense that you meant what you did. Socially, we meet one another inside these lags and make a shared present by prediction, not by simultaneity. You nod half a beat before I finish my sentence, because you can already see where it is going. I reach out my hand, and you adjust the timing of your handshake so that our palms meet with satisfying pressure. We clap together because each of us anticipates the next strike, while hearing the last one slightly late, and a choir produces a single warm chord, because dozens of brains are forecasting the same future, then gently correcting as they hear the actual sound. Once you grasp this, you can design your life to work with the lag instead of against it, by giving yourself a little more space in moments that feel rushed, by noticing that your first felt take on a complicated scene may be a draft that will sharpen a heartbeat later, by understanding that what feels like a sudden flash of insight probably incubated outside of awareness before it crossed the threshold. If you work with tools that add latency, you can select settings that keep delay within your nervous system's binding window. You can sync lights and speakers so the mind does not need to stretch too far to reunite them. You can build routines that respect the time it takes your attention to reset after it has been seized. None of this turns life into a sham. It simply reframes your confidence. Because the point of perception is not to report instantaneous truth, but to deliver useful truth soon enough to act on. And for that, the small delay is not an enemy, but an ally. It gives your mind just enough room to merge streams, to correct errors, to fold predictions into the mix. And the result is a present that arrives slightly late, and yet is better for having waited. So the next time you feel a scene click into clarity, let the calm recognition settle that you are looking at a work product, a page finalized by hands that move quickly and carefully behind the curtain. And, instead of worrying that you live in the past, be grateful that you live in a curated present, because that is what lets you move through a complex world with ease. Catch what matters, ignore what does not, and share a beat with other people who are also stepping across that same gentle gap. Time as a human invention. Clocks versus reality. If every clock vanished tonight, and the sun still rose in the morning, would time stop, or would only our appointments dissolve? Because what we call time in everyday life is mostly a language for coordination and a set of tools we built to agree on when to meet. While the universe keeps unfolding by its own rules, with no interest in wristwatches, calendars, or the red digits on your oven, the tension between clocks and reality begins with the simple fact that nature does not tick in neat seconds. It changes continuously, and humans learn to carve that flow into equal slices so that ships could cross oceans, factories could schedule shifts, trains could avoid collisions, and you could promise to call a friend at 7 without staring at the sky. Long before atoms hummed in labs, our first clocks were shadows and water. Sundials that told local noon and clepsydrars that leaked with the patience of pottery. Then came pendulums that swung with a regular grace, and marine chronometers that held a ship's longitude by preserving the time of a home port, while the stars overhead told local time, a trick that reduced the sea's guesswork to subtraction. Later, railroads demanded that towns stop living by their own noon and adopt standardized time zones. Because two trains guided by two church towers would disagree forever, so societies voted to share a clock, even when the heavens did not. Calendars told a similar story, using leap days to heal the mismatch between the Earth's spin and its journey around the sun. And in the last century, we added leap seconds to keep our civil clock near the wobbly rotation of the planet. Since the Earth slows and jitters thanks to tides, winds, and molten rock beneath your feet, none of this is a confession that time is fake. It is an admission that our clocks are negotiators between the messy rhythms of nature and our need for regular numbers that fit on schedules. Modern physics sharpened the split by defining the second not from the sky at all, but from the steady transition of cesium atoms. A definition so precise that two clocks can drift apart by less than a second over millions of years, yet as soon as you put one clock in a valley and another on a mountain, they disagree. Not because either misbehaves, but because gravity itself changes the rate at which time accumulates, and motion does too. Which means that there is no single master clock blessed by the universe. There are many proper times, each tied to a path through space-time, and your watch measures the one along your life's curve, while satellites high above measure another that must be corrected before your phone can tell you where you are. Navigation systems run on this truth, with orbiting clocks that tick faster and weaker gravity and slower because of their speed, all adjusted so that a receiver on Earth can combine signals into a location. It is a small miracle of engineering that depends on Einstein's insights, and also a quiet illustration that the time on your screen is the product of agreements and corrections, not a direct window into the cosmos. Even the way we decide two events are simultaneous requires a method, because light takes time to travel, and synchronizing distant clocks demands a convention about how signals move between them. Physicists use a clear procedure to define a common time within a chosen frame, and it works beautifully for making predictions. Yet, the procedure reminds you that simultaneity is not universal, it is frame-dependent, and a person rushing by will slice the world into different sets of nows than you do while sitting still. On longer scales, cosmology offers a special clock that averages over galaxies to define a cosmic time since the hot beginning, a useful yardstick for telling the history of stars and structure. Yet, even that clock is a model dependent on assumptions about uniformity, while life again runs on local rhythms such as heartbeats and neural spikes, and the practical truth that you need to be at the bus stop before the bus arrives. So clocks are bridges between human plans and physical processes, not rulers that boss reality into compliance. This is why your daily clock can say 9, while the sky insists on dawn or dusk. Why a jet-lagged body protests a schedule that ignores internal circadian rhythms, guided by light and hormones. And why the legal clock can jump forward for daylight saving, while the biology in your chest refuses to instantly adapt. Our shared timekeeping is a collective compromise, a social technology layered over natural cycles, and it works because we maintain it together with standards bodies, time servers, observatories, and an ocean of devices that agree to listen. The philosophical temptation is to ask whether time itself is a human invention, but the sensible view is softer and more useful. Change is real, processes unfold, causes lead to effects, And physics describes these relations with equations that include time or something like it, while the numbers on your phone are a wonderfully precise map rather than the territory, a grid you place on the flow so that millions of strangers can act in concert without knowing one another by name. Seeing this difference can bring a calm kind of freedom, because you realize you are not a prisoner of the schedule you wrote. It is a tool, and like all tools, it can be used well or poorly, which means you can design your days to honor both the regularity of the grid and the irregularity of a living body and a changing world. You can allow buffers instead of chasing razor-thin plans. You can align work that needs focus with the hours when your mind is naturally clear. And you can forgive yourself when nature refuses to match the exact minute hand of your ambition. When the thought returns that clocks rule everything, you can remember that they only rule what we ask them to rule, that the universe itself cares about energy and fields and geometry far more than it cares about the word Tuesday, and that our finest clocks, for all their beauty, are still instruments we point at the flow to extract stable beats for ships, networks, and promises. The deeper rhythm of reality continues without them, and your experience can rest in that wider rhythm, even as you use the smaller ones to keep promises and meet trains on time. In the gentle space between those truths, you find a way of living that is both precise and humane, where you respect the craft that gives us synchronized meetings, global calls, and spacecraft that hit targets billions of kilometers away, and also respect the simple fact that a sunrise cannot be scheduled, only witnessed, that a conversation has its own cadence independent of the hour block on your calendar, and that meaning is not produced by a tick, but by attention. When you carry that insight into your next day, your watch becomes a friend rather than a judge, a reminder of agreements you made with other people, rather than a definition of reality itself, and you step into your tasks with less anxiety and more presence, knowing that timekeeping is something we do together, while the world continues to quietly change beneath every number we write. Does time flow, or do we just perceive change? Ask a quiet question you have never put into words before, and let it settle in your chest for a moment. If time truly flowed like a river, could you ever measure its current? Or would you only notice leaves drifting by and call that motion time? Because what physics gives you is not a fluid that moves, but a set of changing relations among things, while what your mind gives you is the lived feeling that those changes arrive in an order that carries you forward. Once you separate the instrument from the feeling, a gentler picture appears in which reality does not need a cosmic breeze, and you do not need to sit still like a rock in its path to make sense of your life. In the language of science, most fundamental equations do not come with an instruction that says time must advance like a conveyor belt. They describe how one state of the world relates to another along a parameter we call time. And when you solve them, they let you predict how positions, fields, and energies will change. But the equations themselves are not announcing a literal flow. They are giving you a map of possible sequences, even in relativity, where time is woven with space into a four-dimensional geometry. There is no universal meter that sweeps a single now across the cosmos, only local readings along paths, which already hints that the urge to imagine a moving present is something we add for comfort and coordination, rather than something the universe requires. The question then becomes why the feeling of flow is so strong, and one answer lives in the way your nervous system is built. Because experience is not a string of isolated frames, but a constructed story that relies on memory and prediction to connect what just happened with what is likely to happen next. Neurons that specialize in change detection are tuned to differences rather than constants. They respond when light intensifies or edges shift, when a tone rises or falls, when a touch begins or ends, which means that the brain is biased toward reporting transitions and stitching them into a smooth path. So the sense that time moves may be the sense that change keeps catching your attention and being woven into a narrative that feels continuous. This is not to say flow is a mistake. It is to say that flow is a useful interpretation of a world that does not provide a literal speed for time, because speed always means distance per time, and it makes no sense to ask for time per time. What you and your devices actually measure are changes relative to other changes. The swing of a pendulum relative to the planet's spin, the vibration of a cesium atom relative to a circuit, your pulse relative to a song, and by agreement, we call these regular changes seconds and minutes and hours. But the universe does not step in and endorse any of them as the unique heartbeat of reality. At the microscopic level, when you look at the rules that govern particles and fields, you find a different puzzle that deepens the question. Many of those rules are almost symmetric under reversing the direction of the time parameter, so that if you watch a movie of idealized billiard balls collide and then run the film backward, the reverse still satisfies the same equations, which suggests that the feeling of forwardness is not baked into the law, but must come from how the world is prepared and how we describe it. Thermodynamics offers that missing ingredient by pointing to the enormous difference between a low entropy past and the higher entropy states that follow. Because when you begin with a smooth arrangement, there are overwhelmingly more ways for it to become mixed than to become more orderly. And so the most probable patterns are those that drift toward disorder, giving rise to an arrow that points from simpler to more complex, and that we experience as before and after. Importantly, this arrow is not a separate wind of time. It is a statistical preference that emerges when you ignore fine details and track only the macroscopic features you care about. A process called coarse graining that treats countless microstates as the same, because your interests do not require you to count every molecule, and once you accept that practical blindness, you inherit an arrow that lets you say coffee cools and eggs scramble, and memory stores traces of what was but not of what will be. Records, scars, photographs, fossils, and footprints all testify to the one-sidedness that arises from this asymmetry, not because flow carried us across a line, but because arranging matter into records is easier in one direction. Given the way typical states expand into more typical states, perception adds a second arrow that runs inside your head, because you carry a continuously updated store of recent information and a repertoire of predictions about what usually follows what. So your sense of presence is soaked in traces of the immediate past and proposals about the immediate future, and the mind marks this corridor with a felt direction from what can be recalled to what can only be anticipated. When something violates that expectation, as in a magic trick that hides a swap during a blink, or a film cut that leaps over a transition, you notice the break and the smoothness of flow collapses, which tells you that the smoothness was being actively manufactured rather than passively received. Consider the waterfall illusion, in which staring at downward motion makes a stationary cliff appear to drift upward when you look away, a quirk that reveals motion-sensitive neurons adapting to a sustained input and recalibrating what counts as zero, so that the world seems to move even when it does not. A tiny demonstration that the feeling of flow resides in the comparison circuits that track change, not in an external fluid that carries everything along. Or consider change blindness, in which large alterations in a scene go unnoticed if they happen during a brief blank, a reminder that continuity is a best guess, supported by assumptions about how objects usually persist, and that flow is the default story the brain tells when it lacks contrary evidence. On the conceptual side, philosophers divide into camps with names like Presentism and Eternalism, and process views that try to honor both our intuitions and our best physics. But regardless of which position you favor, experiments and calculations agree on a practical point that can guide your understanding. There is no operational way to measure a rate for time itself, only rates of processes with respect to one another, and there is no agreed upon global present shared by the whole universe, only local slices defined by observers who can exchange signals. What we can test are the consequences of how clocks tick under speed and gravity, how entropy behaves in closed and open systems, how records accumulate and decay, and in every case the data can be described, without invoking a river of time, which does not forbid you from imagining one, but gently exposes that the imagination is doing the heavy lifting. From this vantage, a compromise comes into view that is both scientifically honest and psychologically kind. Reality offers sequences of change organized by physical law and by boundary conditions. Your experience transforms those sequences into a feeling of passage by placing them on a stage that includes memory and expectation, And the usefulness of the feeling lies in how it directs attention and supports agency, rather than in any direct access to a cosmic current. You are not wrong to say that time flows, because the phrase captures how life feels from the inside. You are only mistaken if you believe that physics has identified a literal substance that moves and carries you with it. If you let this idea soften your grip on the metaphor, a quiet relief follows, because then you can stop arguing with the world about whether it should feel like a river or a clock, and simply notice that your mind prefers smooth stories, while the universe supplies patterns that are sometimes smooth and sometimes abrupt. In practice, you can use the story of flow to pace your work and your rest, to plan and to remember, while knowing that underneath the story there is only change relative to change, a web of events that can be ordered without anyone needing to push them from behind. And so the question loses its sting and becomes a lens. Perhaps time does not flow as a thing in itself. Perhaps what flows is your awareness, as it rides the gradients of change, carried by traces of what just happened, and guided by forecasts of what is likely next. And if that is the case, then the most honest way to live is to pay attention to the quality of those traces and forecasts, to cultivate memory that is clear and predictions that are kind. Because the passage you feel is a human way of inhabiting a lawful universe. And the calmer you become about that, the more present you are allowed to be inside a world that needs no river to move you. The illusion of past, present, and future. Close your eyes for a breath, and imagine that past, present, and future are 3 rooms in a house you walk through in a single direction. Then open your eyes and consider a quieter possibility, that the house is not a corridor at all, but a whole floor plan laid out at once, and that the feeling of walking from room to room is something your mind produces so that a life can be lived with purpose. Physics encourages this shift because it never finds an absolute dividing wall that says here the past ends and the present begins. Instead, it discovers a 4-dimensional geometry in which events are arranged by relations of cause and signal, rather than by a global tick that sweeps a single now across the cosmos. If you could float above the stage and see every world line at once, you would see each person and planet tracing a path through space-time, each clock measuring its own proper time along that path, each event sitting in a fixed location within a light cone structure that decides who can influence whom, and you would notice that what counts as now for one observer does not match what counts as now for another who is moving differently or sitting in a stronger gravitational field. This relativity of simultaneity is not a philosophical trick. It is a measured fact that makes GPS work, and that forbids a universal present, which means our usual tenses are local conveniences shaped by our motion and position, rather than faithful labels for the universe as a whole. Once you see that there is no cosmic neon line labeled present, the idea that all moments coexist in a block becomes easier to entertain, not as mysticism, but as a sober reading of the equations. Yet a puzzle remains, because you still feel a very strong difference between what has happened, what is happening, and what has not yet happened. The resolution begins with brain and language. Your awareness relies on memory traces and predictive models to build a corridor through the block. And in order to keep that corridor navigable, it paints time with tenses and emotions, giving the past a sense of completion, the present a sense of contact, and the future a sense of openness. But these qualities live in cognition, not in the external ordering of events. Neuroscience even has names for this capacity. Mental time travel and chronesthesia describe the way you project yourself into scenes that are not present at the senses, and the ease with which you can rehearse a conversation that has not occurred, or relive a meeting that did, is evidence that the mind can mix timeline ingredients at will. The philosopher MacTaggart pointed to a similar split when he distinguished between an A series filled with pastness, presentness, and futurity, and a B series that only marks earlier than and later than. The second fits the equations. The first fits your experience. Grammar carries the A series with verbs and index words, like now and today. And it is so natural that you rarely notice how it imposes a moving spotlight on a world that does not come with a spotlight built in. Memory deepens the illusion by privileging records of what came before. Photographs, fossils, and scars feel like evidence that the past is real in a way the future is not. Yet their one-sidedness follows from a simple asymmetry in how matter arranges itself, and from the practical fact that we construct records and store them in stable media that are unlikely to spontaneously assemble from random fluctuations. The imbalance of records is therefore about probability and stability, not about a fundamental tag that says past events exist and future events do not. Even the way you feel presence has a thickness to it. A specious present that spans a few hundred milliseconds and allows you to hear a melody rather than a stack of tones, to see motion rather than a spray of stills, which makes the present less like a razor edge and more like a small window whose contents your brain selects and smooths. Shift to daily life, and the illusion becomes useful. Contracts, ethics, and promises rely on a sense that the future is open to choice, and that the past is fixed and accountable. And within your local world, that sense is both true and necessary, because causal chains ensure that your actions now will reshape what lies in your future light cone, while they cannot rewrite the content of your past light cone. This gives you agency within a block by tying choice to influence rather than to a moving line. The same physics that dissolves a universal present preserves a powerful notion of locality, and in that locality, the difference between before and after can be as sharp as a heartbeat. If you push deeper, you can test the illusion in thought experiments that make intuition wobble. Imagine two friends moving in opposite directions through a city. Each carries a pair of synchronized clocks, and each defines now as the set of distant events that are simultaneous with their wristwatch, according to the way they exchange light signals. They will not agree on which distant events are happening now, and they will not be wrong either, because simultaneity is not a property that survives a change of state of motion. Imagine observers at different altitudes comparing clocks, and realizing that the one higher up accumulates more seconds, because gravity has less of a hold on it, which means that even the rate at which a personal present accumulates depends on the path through space-time. These effects are not abstractions. Engineers must correct for them, or navigation systems would drift kilometers each day. In that practical sense, the block is confirmed every time a smartphone maps your walk to a cafe, and yet the human story is not erased by this view. The absence of a universal present does not empty love or responsibility of meaning. It simply invites a kinder humility about what words like already and not yet can mean beyond your local neighborhood of signals. You can keep speaking in tenses because they organize life, while remembering that they are like map legends, rather than features of the landscape itself. If this strikes you as cold, consider the opposite comfort that comes with it. If all events sit within a single lawful structure, then the sadness of impermanence is met by a strange form of endurance. The first steps of a child, a promise kept on a hard day, a moment of understanding between two people. These are not erased by a sweeping broom of a global present. They are parts of the fabric, fixed as coordinates, even while your awareness moves along its own path. In practice, what matters is how you carry this insight. You can let it soften anxiety about a ticking clock that must be chased. You can let it deepen patience with others who occupy different local navs. You can focus on the light cone you can influence, knowing that agency is about what you can reach with signals and effort, rather than about commanding a cosmic timeline. And at the end of the day, when you rest your attention, you can let the illusion keep doing its daily work, guiding plans and memories, while you hold a quiet smile at the deeper picture, where past, present, and future are labels that help a human mind make sense of a world that stands complete, and where the dignity of your choices lies not in moving a universal now, but in shaping the small region of events that your life can touch. Why physics doesn't need the present moment. Begin with a simple observation that quietly changes everything you think you know about time. When physicists write the laws that govern the world, they do not add a special label for the present moment, because the equations do not need it. What they need are relations that link states to other states, constraints that fields must satisfy, and boundary conditions that tell you which particular solution you are living inside. And from these ingredients, the future and the past unfold, without any privileged slice of now singled out by nature. In classical mechanics, for example, you can predict an eclipse centuries ahead by integrating Newton's or Einstein's equations from appropriate starting data. And nowhere in that calculation do you instruct the universe about which instant is truly happening. You simply let the equations connect what comes before to what comes after. In the Lagrangian view, you do even less with the present, because the entire path of a system is chosen to extremize an action between two boundaries, a principle that reads the story of motion as a whole and only later allows you to extract the time series you call an evolving now. The same spirit lives in electromagnetism, where Maxwell's equations tell you how electric and magnetic fields must dance together across space and time. And in fluid dynamics, where conservation laws constrain how matter can flow, these equations are local and symmetric enough that they work forward or backward, once the right data are supplied, which means flow and presentness are not baked into the law, but are features of how we pose problems and how we experience solutions. Relativity makes the point sharper by replacing a universal clock with a four-dimensional fabric, in which each world line carries its own proper time, and in which simultaneity depends on motion and gravity. So any attempt to define a single cosmic present becomes a choice of foliation, a way of slicing space-time into space-like layers, that is allowed for convenience but not required by physics. Choose a different foliation, and all the measurable predictions agree, because the content that matters is invariant under those choices. In technical language, a good set of initial data placed on any reasonable space-like surface acts as a Cauchy surface from which the field equations determine everything in its domain of dependence. And no matter which surface you pick, the same observable relationships emerge. The present in this sense is a bookkeeping device, a surface on which you write data, not a metaphysical spotlight that sweeps the universe. General relativity deepens this indifference by encoding dynamics as constraints on geometry itself, where energy and momentum shape curvature and curvature guides motion. And the Hamiltonian that would ordinarily generate time evolution becomes a constraint that vanishes, hinting that what counts as time is a gauge choice tied to how we parameterize change. Ask quantum gravity for an opinion, and it replies with the Wheeler-Fay-DeWitt equation, a timeless statement that the wave functional of the universe satisfies a constraint with no external time parameter, and the way forward is to recover a sense of change from correlations among partial observables, using one degree of freedom as a clock to read others, not by appealing to a master now written in the sky. Even in everyday quantum theory you can see the lack of obligation to a present. In the Heisenberg picture states sit still, while operators evolve. In the Sayar finding a picture operators sit still, while states evolve, and the two descriptions give the same experimental predictions, which tells you that what matters is the structure of relations rather than the metaphysics of a flowing instant. In the path integral formulation you go further, and sum over entire histories to compute probabilities, again leaning on boundary conditions and symmetries, rather than on a privileged frame of presentness. Thermodynamics and information theory add a practical arrow that we feel as before and after. Because the universe began in a low entropy condition, and typical evolutions carry macroscopic variables toward more probable distributions. But that statistical arrow does not elevate any single slice to ontological primacy. It only tells you why records accumulate in one direction, and why memory points back rather than forward. The laws still work without a cosmic now, and the asymmetry arises from the state you start in, and the coarse-grained description you adopt when you ignore microscopic details. Technology quietly confirms this worldview every day. Satellites carry clocks that tick at different rates because of speed and gravity. Navigation systems reconcile those rates without declaring which one is the true present. And particle colliders compute scattering probabilities from asymptotic in and out states by matching symmetries and conservation laws, not by first identifying a universal instant. The machinery of prediction is built from invariants and correlations, not from a moving line that declares what currently exists. If that sounds cold, notice the humane implication that follows. The present moment you feel a need for action is a construction of consciousness that binds a short span of events into a single experience, so you can make decisions and keep promises. While the theories that let you design bridges, cure diseases, and steer spacecraft are content to use equations that are blind to that feeling. Your sense of now is priceless for living, yet unnecessary for calculating. Instead of diminishing experience, this recognition gives you two complementary tools, one subjective and one objective. You can honor the lived present as the stage on which meaning appears. And you can also learn to think in terms of boundary data and relational change when you want clarity about how the world works. In practice, that means you can plan by specifying the conditions you can control and the constraints you must respect. You can reason about consequences without believing that nature endorses your particular now, and you can be gentler with yourself and others when local perspectives disagree about timing. Since there is no cosmic referee keeping a single score, physics does not need the present moment because its job is to relate states across the entire fabric, while your mind needs a present because its job is to inhabit one thread of that fabric with care. Hold both truths and you gain a calmer view of reality, one that lets you compute without metaphysical weight and live with attention to the only place choice is felt, the small window of awareness that your brain stitches from relations the equations already allow. The block universe theory, past, present, and future exist together. Imagine you could hold the universe like a clear paperweight and look through it from any angle, not watching moments march past, but seeing all of them at once as bright threads running through a single crystal. Because that is the intuition behind the block universe, a view that invites you to step back from the feeling of passage and picture reality as a four-dimensional whole in which every event is a point already placed. Every life is a continuous path already traced, and past, present, and future are adjectives we use from within our own path, rather than features that belong to the cosmos itself. In this picture space and time form a single geometry. Each object is not merely a bead moving along a line, but an entire world tube stretching from birth to death, and what you call now is a slice your perspective takes through the block. A useful cut for living that has no special status in the structure itself. Start with the simple facts that led physicists to take this seriously. When two observers move differently, or sit in different gravitational fields, they do not agree on which distant events are simultaneous. Yet they agree on the outcomes of every measurement once signals can be exchanged. Clocks tick at different rates, depending on motion and height. GPS satellites must be corrected, or your map would be wrong by kilometers each day. And not one of these corrections needs a single global present to make sense. Because the invariant content of the theory lives in relations among events, rather than in a universal tick. From the geometric view, you label each event by where and when it sits in the fabric. Connect events that can influence one another with light cones, and let dynamics be rules that relate entire sets of events. Not a command to push a spotlight forward. A good set of data written on any suitable space-like slice determines everything in its domain of dependence, and any other slice that covers the same region will encode the same relationships, which is why the choice of slice feels like a bookkeeping convenience rather than a discovery of a privileged now. Seen this way, becoming is not an extra ingredient. The equations were missing. It is the way a conscious creature like you experiences a path through the block while carrying memory and expectation. Your mind binds a short span of events into a single experience, stores records of what lies just behind, and projects models of what lies just ahead. And those inner operations ground the felt difference between before, during, and after. But inside the geometry itself, there is only order and causality, not an external hand moving a line across a map. This does not flatten life into a lifeless. Think of an entire melody written on a score from the first bar to the last. The music exists on the page as a whole, yet the beauty of it is only revealed when a musician moves along the notes, brings emphasis and timing, and lets the theme breathe. The block is like the score, and your lived path is the performance. You still deliberate, you still weigh reasons, you still act, and those mental events are part of the world tube that makes you who you are. From inside the path, the future is open because you do not yet know which of the allowed branches your actions will select, even if an outside mathematical description can treat the whole structure as complete. This helps with a common worry that the block cancels free will. In practice, agency is a local relation between your deliberation and the states you can influence. The physics tells you which sequences are compatible with the laws and with earlier conditions. But it does not replace your choosing with a puppet string. Your reasons, habits, and values are themselves segments of the path. And the decision that follows is another segment, linked by cause and explanation, rather than forced by a cosmic script imposed from beyond the block. If you prefer metaphors from quantum theory, picture the calculation that assigns amplitudes to entire histories. The mathematics weighs many paths, yet the world you inhabit is one consistent history. And your experience of choice is part of how that history unfolds from within. Philosophers have offered alternatives such as a growing block in which the past and present exist, while the future does not yet, or a moving spotlight in which a real present sweeps across an otherwise fixed block. And while these pictures keep the comfort of a special now, they add structure that physics does not need to predict anything we can test. The block view, by contrast, makes a lean promise: keep only what observations demand. A single geometry with causal order and local times along world lines. And let the feeling of passage arise from creatures who carry memories and plans. There are practical virtues to this clarity. It explains why signals cannot outrun light, why effects remain inside future light cones, why paradoxes of time travel evaporate, unless you permit closed loops that violate causal order, and why all precise work with clocks begins from relations rather than from an absolute present. It also reframes the arrow of time without adding a new force. The asymmetry of experience comes from boundary conditions that left the early universe in a state of extraordinary simplicity, from which typical evolutions lead to mixing, to records that accumulate in one direction, and to memories that point back rather than forward. You ride that gradient. So your path feels like a walk from simple to complex, and your language reflects it with tenses and calendar pages, even though the geometry itself does not privilege any tense. If this seems austere, notice the consolation hidden inside: a cherished afternoon, a promise kept, a lesson learned under strain. These are not seen as slipping into nothing as a moving present departs. They are fixed as coordinates in the fabric, always there for any slice that passes through them. That does not mean you can return to inhabit them, but it does mean the fear that everything is being erased by a sweeping broom can soften. The value of a moment does not depend on a cosmic spotlight, but on the relations it holds. And those relations endure as part of the structure you walked. To live with this view is not to speak in equations all day. It is to carry a quieter posture toward change. You can plan and forgive. You can keep appointments that require synchronized clocks. You can honor grief and joy without imagining that existence itself pours away. And you can grant other people the grace that their now is not identical to yours, that their clocks may be set by a different motion or a different height, and that understanding one another is the art of aligning slices long enough to share a purpose. When you set the paperweight down and return to ordinary life, you do not lose agency or meaning. You gain a broader backdrop for them. Past, present, and future serve you as tools of a mind that must move, while the block holds steady as the stage on which those movements make sense. And if you let that thought settle, it does not dull the color of the day but deepens it, because you feel yourself as a thread with direction inside a whole that is already complete. And that knowledge helps you spend the next moment with a little more attention and a little less fear. Einstein's view: time as the fourth dimension. Imagine you could rotate your attention the way you might rotate a camera, not only left and right through space, but also in a new direction that is invisible to the eye yet always present in feeling. And that turn would reveal what Einstein and his mathematical allies made precise. Time belongs with length, width, and height, inside a single structure called space-time, where events are points with 4 coordinates, and motion is a continuous path through this larger stage. The insight begins from 2 simple commitments that nature seems unwilling to abandon. that the laws of physics look the same to all observers who move uniformly, and that the speed of light in vacuum is the same for all of them no matter how they travel. And once you accept those two facts, you are guided to a geometry in which intervals of space and intervals of time blend into a single invariant distance that every observer agrees on, even when they do not agree on the separate pieces. In this geometry, the quantity that refuses to change is the space-time interval, a measure that mixes differences in time and differences in space with the speed of light, acting as the conversion factor that lets seconds be compared with meters. And the signature of that mixing is the deep clue that time is not just another spatial axis. Move purely in space, and the interval behaves one way. Move mostly through time, and it behaves another. And the boundary between the two behaviors is the path of light, which forms the surface of a cone at each event, and divides the universe into what can influence you, what you can influence, and what will forever remain unreachable by any signal. The practical miracles that follow are familiar yet often taught as separate facts, when they are really a single geometric story, because each of us chooses a different way to slice the four-dimensional loaf into three-dimensional snapshots, plus a clock. Two observers in relative motion do not agree on which distant events are simultaneous, and they measure different lengths and times for the same processes. Yet when they compute the interval, they match perfectly, which is why time dilation and length contraction are not arbitrary quirks, but shadow effects of rotating one person's slice into the other's. Your wristwatch measures proper time, the amount of time along your own path, and if you take a detour that involves faster speeds or stronger gravity, your path through the fabric curves, compared with a friend who rests. And the two of you can later compare clocks and discover that you have accumulated different amounts of proper time. In a classroom, this becomes a thought experiment about twins who age at different rates. But in daily life, it becomes the routine that keeps navigation satellites honest. Since clocks in high orbits tick at a rate that differs from those on Earth, and engineers must correct for both speed and gravity to draw accurate maps on your phone. The next step in Einstein's view lifts the idea from a flat Minkowski stage to a curved one, where mass and energy tell the geometry how to bend, and the geometry tells matter how to move, so that what we once called gravity becomes the tendency of world lines to follow straightest possible routes in a curved landscape. A planet in free fall around a star is not pulled by an invisible force, so much as guided by the shape of space-time to trace an elegant ellipse, and a beam of light skims a massive body, because the shortest path in the curved geometry bends toward the mass. In curved space-time, even clocks at rest relative to one another can disagree if they sit at different heights, since the very rate at which time accumulates depends on the gravitational potential, and this too is geometry, rather than a mysterious throttling of gears. The metric, the mathematical object that measures intervals, varies from place to place, and clocks are simply faithful reporters of what that metric says along their path. All of this can be put into the compact language of four vectors and tensors, where velocity becomes a four-component object that always has the same magnitude when measured with the interval, where forces are encoded as changes in that velocity, and where energy and momentum fill a single tensor that couples to curvature. The elegance is not decoration, it is the shortest path to prediction, because conservation laws appear as symmetries of the geometry, and motion emerges from variational principles that treat entire paths at once, instead of stepping the world forward with a separate concept of flow. What makes time the fourth dimension in more than name is exactly this power to treat change as geometry. And yet, it is equally important to notice how time remains distinct from space. You can walk east or west freely, but you cannot walk into yesterday. Not because the equations forbid time reversal in a narrow mathematical sense, but because the causal structure carved by light cones and the initial simplicity of the early universe give direction to the patterns that matter and information form. So records accumulate in one orientation. Memories point back rather than forward, and planning points forward rather than back. The four-dimensional language accounts for this arrow without inventing a universal clock. Since the asymmetry comes from boundary conditions, and from what we choose to ignore when we summarize countless microscopic details into a few macroscopic variables. Stepping back, Einstein's view does something psychologically generous once you let it settle. It rescues you from confusing your local clock with the world's clock, and invites you to see that each world line carries its own rhythm, that shared time is an agreement achieved by exchanging signals and aligning slices, and that disagreements about timing are not personal failures, but consequences of a real geometry that cares about motion and gravity. It also reframes familiar paradoxes into misunderstandings about mixing space and time, so that no one need imagine faster than light messages or violations of cause, because the cones rule out those shortcuts with quiet authority. On a human scale, this perspective is not a demand to speak in equations. It is an invitation to understand why some experiences feel elastic, why speed and height change the tick of careful instruments, and why a single constant, the speed of light, threads together electricity, magnetism, optics, causality, and the calibration of all clocks. The fourth dimension is not a corridor that you must race through. It is the coordinate that keeps your story coherent as you move through the world. If you let the idea change your posture, you may find yourself a little calmer about schedules and a little more curious about paths. Since what matters physically is the route you take through the fabric and the relations you create along it, and what matters personally is how you use the small window of proper time you were given, not to outrun a mythical river, but to shape a world line that carries meaning. Time dilation. Why time passes differently for different observers. Pause and imagine that every clock you have ever trusted is a small boat floating on a vast sea, and that the sea itself is not perfectly still, but tilts with motion and bends near heavy shores. So the same second cannot be the same for all travelers, which is the quiet heart of time dilation, and the reason two honest observers can measure different amounts of time between the very same pair of events. Your wristwatch counts the ticks along your own path through the world. And if your path runs fast relative to mine, or climbs higher against gravity than mine, our watches will not agree when we meet again. Not because one of us cheated, but because time is local and elastic rather than universal and rigid. The special case that surprised the 20th century first is the effect of speed, where the only way nature can honor the rule that light speed is the same for everyone is to let moving clocks run slow, compared with those at rest. A fact captured by a simple factor that swells as a speed approaches that cosmic limit, and quietly says that intervals stretch for travelers who hurry. This is not a mathematical trick, but a change you can watch in the world, as with short-lived particles called muons that rain from the upper atmosphere with a lifetime, so brief that, at rest, they should decay long before reaching sea level. Yet because they sprint near light speed, their inner clocks tick more slowly relative to Earth, and they arrive in numbers that would be impossible without time dilation, a piece of evidence that passes through detectors every day. The general case that came next is the effect of gravity, where Einstein recognized that a heavy mass does not pull on time like a hand on a rope, so much as it curves the stage on which time keeps its beat. And on that stage, deeper positions accumulate less time than higher ones. A different scene when precise clocks are carried up towers or flown on aircraft, and later compared with a reference left behind, and a difference that is woven into the daily corrections that keep navigation satellites honest, since their orbits place them higher in Earth's weaker gravity, and also give them high speeds. One effect making their clocks run fast, and the other slow, with a net offset that engineers cancel so the map on your phone will not drift by kilometers each day. Once you accept these two sources of dilation, speed, and gravity, a cascade of consequences becomes clear and surprisingly human, because time turns out to be proper to a path and not to a place. And the amount you age between two meetings depends on the route you took through the fabric, as much as on the dates printed on a calendar. This is why the famous story of the twins is not a paradox at all, once you draw both world lines and measure the time along them. One twin who stays home follows a straighter path than the twin who rockets away, turns around and returns. And the geometry assigns a different length to each path, which shows up as a difference in accumulated seconds without any mystery or contradiction. You can feel the same principle in a gentler way by standing on a mountain and knowing that a clock at your feet would tick a little faster than one at the beach, or by thinking about astronauts who spend months in low Earth orbit and return with their bodies only a little younger than their peers on the ground, because the high speed of their orbit slows their time more than the weaker gravity speeds it up, a tiny difference that still adds up to measurable milliseconds over a long mission. The world keeps these accounts with a precision that can be read and verified, which is why every modern system that relies on synchronized timing, from geolocation to deep space tracking, is built not on a single master clock, but on a network of clocks that constantly reconcile their different rates and positions with the known rules of motion and gravity. If you prefer a mental picture, think of spacetime as a landscape with valleys, around massive bodies and level plains far away. Then imagine that motion makes you tilt your personal coordinate grid across that landscape, and that a clock measures the contour length of your hike between two posts, rather than the straight line distance on a flat map. Two hikers who go from the same start to the same finish by different routes will not record the same step count. And neither is wrong, because the correct measure is the one taken along the path they actually walked, which is exactly how proper time works for you and every device you build. Even the way light marks boundaries in this landscape helps you understand why causality stays safe while rates change. Since the fastest any influence can move defines cones that separate events you can reach from those you cannot, and no amount of speed can tilt your slice of reality far enough to cross those boundaries without cheating. So the rules that protect cause and effect remain intact, while clocks disagree about how much happened between two meetings. For a quieter sense of evidence, consider that a simple gamma ray sent up a tall building will be measured with a slightly different energy at the top than at the bottom, an effect seen in careful laboratory work that confirms gravity's influence on time. Or consider that the very definition of the second has moved from astronomy to atoms, so we can compare clocks in different states of motion and at different heights, with exquisite sensitivity, and then watch them diverge by tiny amounts exactly where theory says they should. We are no longer relying on thought experiments, but on instruments you could hold in your hands. If the idea still feels unsettling, notice the practical wisdom it offers for daily life, because it clarifies that there is no universal right time that all people inhabit, only agreements that we enforce with signals and standards, and that disagreements about timing are often about paths taken rather than about who is correct. It also invites a more graceful sense of presence. Since your experience of now is simply the short stretch of proper time, your brain knits into a coherent moment, and knowing that it can run a little differently for someone else far away or moving fast can soften the urge to imagine a single cosmic clock that you must catch up to. And if you want a conclusion that you can carry, let it be this calm thought, that time dilation is not a glitch in reality, but a sign that the world respects geometry more than our habits. That your second is yours, because it belongs to your route through space and gravity, and that our shared understanding comes not from insisting that everyone's seconds be the same, but from learning the rules by which they differ and building our bridges, airplanes, satellites, and plans to honor those rules. Once you feel that, the phrase time passes differently for different observers, stops sounding like a riddle, and starts sounding like the simplest way to describe a world where speed and mass shape the rhythm of every journey. Gravity and time, how space can slow the clock. Lean toward the window for a moment, and picture the empty air between you and the ground, not as nothingness, but as a gentle gradient that changes the rate at which seconds gather. Because gravity is not only a pull on matter, it is also a shape given to time, and that shape decides how fast clocks are allowed to tick. In Einstein's geometry, mass and energy bend space-time, and along that bent surface, every path has its own rhythm. So a clock resting closer to a heavy body accumulates less time than an identical clock higher up. Not because gears are strained, but because the metric that measures intervals assigns different weights to the same second at different heights. The plain language version is kind and direct. In a gravitational field, light must climb out of a valley, and in doing so, its frequency is reduced, which means that any physical process that counts regular cycles, from an atomic transition to the rhythm of your heartbeat, will complete slightly fewer cycles per reference second. When it sits deeper in that valley, near Earth, the effect is tiny, yet real enough that careful instruments catch it with ease. The cleanest equation you need near the surface is a simple proportion that says the fractional change in rate is roughly g times height, divided by the square of the speed of light. So moving a precision clock up a single floor speeds it by parts in a quadrillion. And that small change is now a tool rather than a curiosity. Decades ago, a Harvard basement taught us this with gamma rays. In the Pound and Rebka experiment, photons sent up a tower arrived ever so slightly redshifted. Their energy reduced exactly as predicted for light, working against the gravitational potential. And the only way to see the shift was to use the M-Phase-Bauer effect, so that the atoms doing the absorbing were fussy enough to notice. The result did not shout, it whispered. Yet the whisper matched the theory. A generation later, a hydrogen maser launched on a rocket in gravity probe, confirmed with exquisite precision that a clock far from Earth runs faster, tracking the change in frequency as the craft rose and fell. And today, optical lattice clocks based on strontium, or ytterbium, can register a difference in tick rate when one device is lifted by the height of a small dog, which means that timekeeping has become a form of surveying called chronometric geodesy. You can find differences in gravitational potential by watching how clocks diverge. The idea travels without strain from laboratories to the sky. A radio signal that passes near the Sunday arrives a touch late, because the curved geometry elongates the route and the effective time along it. A delay first proposed by Erwin Shapiro and later measured with radar echoes from planets and with signals from spacecraft, starlight arcing around a galaxy, is the dramatic image of gravity's influence on space, while the extra delay it suffers is the quieter signature of gravity's influence on time. Even the color of the light escaping a dense star carries the story. Photons climb out redder than they were emitted, which tells you that if you could sit on the star and keep an atomic watch, your seconds would be shorter than those kept by a twin who remained far away in weaker gravity. Move the thought to the edge of the extreme, to the black hole whose horizon is a surface of no return, and the lesson becomes vast. From a safe distance, you would watch a probe that tried to hover near the horizon, send signals that arrived ever more slowly and ever more red, as if its clock were sliding toward a halt, while the probe's own experience would remain smooth and ordinary until tidal forces made it otherwise. Because the difference is not drama added by myth, it is geometry deciding how two world lines compare their ticks. The same geometry also tells you why technology must respect this effect to work. Global networks no longer pretend there is a single perfect time that all devices share. They maintain a web of clocks that run at slightly different rates, depending on altitude and local gravity, then reconcile those rates by agreed-upon models of Earth's field. Navigation satellites correct their onboard clocks before they ever leave the factory, and monitoring stations adjust them continuously, so that your receiver can combine the staggered timestamps into a place on a map, yet the deeper implication is friendlier than a list of engineering tricks. It says that time is not delivered in identical boxes to everyone. It is earned along a path in a shaped world. A climber who sleeps at high camp, and a baker who rises before dawn at sea level, both live honest seconds. But the climber's seconds accumulate slightly faster, and if each kept a perfect record, their reunion would reveal the difference, as surely as two rain gauges set at different altitudes would show different totals after a storm. These facts invite you to notice a family of phenomena you may have heard in isolation and see their unity. Gravitational redshift, clock rate variation with height, and the time delay of signals are not separate miracles, but facets of the same curvature. They are the natural consequences of measuring distance in a world where time and space are mixed, and where mass tells you how to do the mixing. You do not need advanced mathematics to feel the outline. Imagine space-time as a flexible grid draped over a landscape carved by mountains of mass. A second measured on a slope covers more grid than a second on a plateau. and a beam of light that hugs the valley floor travels a longer measured route than one that crosses a ridge, even if both leave and arrive at the same posts. Now turn from landscape to life and let the idea slow your breathing. If gravity can make a second slightly different from place to place, then disagreement about timing in a complex world is not always a failure of care, but often a difference in position and path. Literal for clocks and metaphorical for people. The physics does not erase responsibility or clarity. It gives you a model in which you plan with local time, reconcile differences with signals, and remain patient with perspective. And at night, when the city hums and satellites trace quiet arcs you cannot see, you can take a last look at the sky and understand why some signals arrive a whisper later than arithmetic would predict. Why the atoms in your watch hum at exactly the rate set by their place in the field, and why a universe that bends the path of light also bends the pace of life. Space does not only tell matter where to move, it also tells time how to flow, and learning to hear that soft instruction makes you a little more precise in your thinking and a little more at ease in your day. The twin paradox, aging at different speeds. Imagine promising your twin that you will meet again at a fixed place and date, then stepping into a ship that can cruise at a large fraction of the speed of light, while your twin stays home, and imagine that when you keep your promise you discover a quiet shock in the mirror. The face on Earth has aged far more than the face that went to the stars, which feels like a riddle until you learn to see time not as a single drumbeat for everyone, but as something each path through the universe measures for itself. The so-called twin paradox is a test for your intuition, rather than for physics, because the equations give a clear answer while the mind resists. And the answer begins with a simple idea that carries enormous power. The amount of time you personally experience is the proper time along your world line, a quantity you can compute by adding up little intervals that depend on your speed and on the gravitational environment as you move. In the simplest special relativity version, gravity plays no role, and the only thing that matters is speed. The traveling twin zips away at a constant high velocity, turns around, and returns at the same speed. And when both twins reunite and lay their clocks side by side, the traveler finds fewer ticks recorded, because their world line through spacetime was shorter, in the sense that matters for proper time, which is captured by an integral that looks like the sum over each moment of a square root, involving 1 minus the square of speed, divided by the square of light speed. If you insert a concrete number, the story becomes tangible. Suppose Earth trusts its own rest frame and says the ship spends 10 years going out and 10 years coming back. 20 years pass for the stay-at-home twin, while the ship records only 20 divided by a factor that comes from its speed. For a speed of 0.8 of light, that factor is about 1.67, and the ship registers about 12 years. So the difference is 8 years. And the surprise is real enough to be felt but not mysterious at all. Where many people stumble is the temptation to say that motion is relative. So from the ship's point of view, it is Earth that moves, and the ship that rests. So why should not the ship claim that Earth's clock ran slow? And the resolution is to notice that the two world lines are not symmetrical. The Earth-bound twin has a single inertial frame the entire time. The traveler does not. The traveler must turn around and change inertial frames. And during that change, the traveler's notion of which distant events on Earth are simultaneous with a given ship moment swings dramatically. In a Minkowski diagram, this appears as a tilt in the lines that represent simultaneity, and the tilt means that during a brief turnaround, the ship jumps in its assignment of what time it believes Earth has, which accounts for the extra aging accumulated by the stay-at-home twin, without any contradiction or need for a preferred observer. If you find diagrams abstract, think in terms of routes on a map where distance is not the same for every road. In the space-time geometry of special relativity, the straight world line between two meetings maximizes proper time. Any excursion that involves leaving that straight inertial path and returning produces a shorter proper time. So the traveler simply takes the shorter route through the four-dimensional landscape, and shorter route means fewer personal seconds, which means less aging. And there is no paradox for the same reason. There is no paradox in saying a zigzag path between two towns is shorter in one metric and longer in another. What matters is which measure is relevant. Here, the proper time is the measure that bodies carry and compare. Once you are comfortable with the geometry, you can enrich the picture with gravity. Because in the real world, acceleration and gravitational effects play together, and a traveler who turns around feels a physical force that can be described as a temporary gravitational field. The equivalence principle helps you see why a clock that is lower in a field runs slow, and during the turnaround, the ship effectively sits lower relative to a fictitious field and assigns a larger chunk of Earth time as having passed, which is another way to say that the changing slice of simultaneity is not just a drawing trick, but has physical content. It is why the reunion reveals a real difference, rather than a bookkeeping artifact. This is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of instruments. We have flown atomic clocks on aircraft and around the world, and watched them accumulate time at slightly different rates from clocks left behind, which match the calculations that include both speed effects and altitude effects. We have stored fast-moving muons in rings, and measured lifetimes that stretch exactly as the formulas say, and our navigation satellites live in orbits, where speed and gravity pull their rates in different directions. Engineers correct for both, and the corrections work, because the underlying geometry is right. So the same principles that make a thought experiment about twins compelling also keep your phone from guiding you to the wrong street. If you want an intuitive feel for the source of asymmetry, focus on the moment the ship turns around. Even if the turnaround is gentle and takes time, there is a period when the traveler is not in any single inertial frame, and the set of distant events they call now sweeps across a wide span on Earth, which gives the ship a reason to say that a lot of Earth time has passed, even though very little ship time has. So no observer ever has grounds to say both twins must see the other age less throughout. The ship sees the Earth as slow during the cruise legs, but sees Earth's time advance greatly during turnaround. The Earth sees the ship as slow throughout, because Earth never changes frame, and the reunion is the single place where both perspectives produce one agreed reading in the same room. There is a human meaning worth keeping close. Differential aging is not a trick that robs you of freedom. It is a statement that your personal time is earned along your chosen path, that choices which change your speed or your altitude truly change how many seconds you live between meetings, that two people can keep a promise and arrive with different totals, without either having been careless or wrong, and that a world built from relations, rather than an absolute clock, can still be navigated with precision and grace. If you step back and let the idea settle, the paradox turns into a gentle lesson about perspective. You can stop trying to impose a single universal rhythm on everyone, and instead learn to compare paths, to reconcile clocks with signals, to respect how motion and gravity shape experience, and to find comfort in the fact that the same rules that let a starship traveler return younger are the rules that let us build detectors, plan long missions, and synchronize vast networks on a planet where the highest peaks and the fastest flights already tug at the rate of time by amounts small enough to be tender and large enough to be measured. Why motion affects the flow of time. Picture a simple device that tells time by bouncing a pulse of light between two mirrors. A light clock that ticks each time the pulse makes a round trip. And now imagine you carry that clock past me while moving very fast. Because here is the puzzle that reveals why motion changes the rate of time itself. If the speed of light is the same for both of us, then, in my view, your light pulse must travel a longer diagonal path between mirrors than it does when the clock is at rest. Yet it must still move at the same speed, which means the only consistent resolution is that your moving clock ticks fewer times per second in my frame. And that conclusion does not depend on gears or friction, but on a basic requirement of nature that light speed stays fixed. Did for all observers. From this simple picture, you can already glimpse the deeper idea that time is not a universal stage, but a dimension that mixes with space when things move, and that the rate at which processes unfold is tied to an observer's state of motion, in a way that keeps the rules of physics the same for everyone. Einstein took two experimental facts and made them principles. The laws of physics are the same in any laboratory that is gliding smoothly without jolts. And light in empty space has one speed that no experiment can beat or diminish. And if you accept those principles, then you are driven to a transformation between moving frames that preserves the form of the laws. The Lorentz transformation, which says that intervals of space and intervals of time blend into a single quantity that every observer agrees on even, while they split it differently into space and time. The factor that appears in this transformation, often written with the Greek letter gamma, grows as relative speed increases, and it quietly encodes the stretching of time intervals as seen from another frame. This is why motion affects the flow of time without any need for a hidden medium or an ether. And it is why we can build a consistent world, in which one experimenter traveling fast sees the other person's processes slowed, while each experimenter insists that their own watch and heartbeat are perfectly ordinary, because local physics always agrees with the clock you carry and with the rods you use for distance. And any slowdown you infer applies to what you look at across relative motion, not to what you feel in your own pocket. The light clock thought experiment gives you intuition, but the symmetry goes much deeper, because the field equations that govern electricity and magnetism demand this mixing of space and time if they are to look the same in every moving lab. And once you treat the four coordinates as parts of one geometry, time dilation emerges as a shadow of that geometry, rather than as a special quirk glued on afterward. In that geometry, there is an invariant interval, a kind of space-time distance computed by combining differences in time and space with the speed of light, as a bridge between units. And motions that leave this interval unchanged are what we call symmetry transformations. So time dilation is the price we pay to keep the interval the same while changing our state of motion. A subtle idea must be faced to keep our heads clear that motion does more than scale the tick rate of distant clocks. It also changes which distant events one calls simultaneous, so attempts to analyze time dilation, as if all parties share a single universal now, will always lead to confusion. Moving observers tilt their slices of what they count as at the same time. And that tilt is just as real as the rate change, which is why careful comparisons of clocks that part ways and reunite must track full world lines rather than naive minutes on a shared calendar. The laboratory signatures of motion-induced time change come in many flavors that do not repeat the classic textbook stories yet anchor the idea solidly in fast ion beams. The frequency of atomic transitions matches predictions only if you include the transverse Doppler shift, a frequency drop seen even when the source moves at right angles to the line of sight, which cannot be explained by ordinary Doppler kinematics, and is instead the clean spectral fingerprint of time dilation in storage rings. Particles fly for far longer than their at-rest lifetimes would allow, not because some mechanism fortifies them, but because every internal process that would lead to decay is paced by the particle's own clock, which runs slow to the laboratory's accounting when the particle rushes close to light speed. In precision metrology, tabletop experiments that spin resonant absorbers on rotors measure the change in tick rate solely from motion, with gravity held constant, confirming that velocity alone can stretch time. Each of these cases underscores a crucial point for intuition, that what slows is not a single isolated gadget, but the entire internal unfolding of a moving system as seen from the outside: electronic transitions, chemical reactions, biological rhythms, even the firing rate of neurons, if they could be kept alive and launched on a rocket. All of them are governed by the same local microphysics, and therefore march to the same local beat. So an observer in motion always feels normal time, while others watching from a different frame report a slower pace, a reciprocity that can sound paradoxical, until you remember that simultaneity itself is relative, and that direct comparisons require reunion in the same place. It helps to hold a geometric picture in mind, rather than a stack of formulas, because then motion-induced time change becomes a statement about path length in a mixed space and time landscape, where proper time, the time a traveler's own watch records between two meetings, is the contour length along their world line, and where different routes between the same meetings carry different contour lengths. In this view, the straightest possible world line between meetings gives the most proper time, while detours at high speed yield shorter proper times. And the visual clarity of that picture dissolves the urge to find a mechanical cause for what is fundamentally geometric. You can then ask a practical question that matters for life with instruments. How do we synchronize clocks that are in motion relative to one another if motion itself changes the rate? And the answer is that we do not appeal to a global master time, but to procedures that exchange signals and solve for relative positions and velocities while honoring the known transformation rules. A program that allows global networks to keep time to astonishing precision, despite the fact that satellites rush along curved orbits and ground stations move with the spin of the planet. The constancy of light speed, once a surprising principle, becomes the quiet workhorse that keeps this reconciliation honest. If you want a single sentence that tethers the mind, let it be this: motion affects the flow of time because the universe chooses a set of rules in which the speed of light is the same for all. And the laws of physics keep their form in every smoothly moving laboratory. And the only consistent way to honor those choices is to allow observers who move differently to slice the iron of space and time in different ways that change both the rates they assign to distant processes and the sets of events they call simultaneous. With that in place, time dilation is not a quirk that visits one clock and skips another. It is the shared geometry of reality revealing itself whenever we compare journeys. The soft human lesson is that there is no single drum everyone must match, only paths through a lawful fabric. And that meaning is built not by chasing a universal beat, but by understanding the rhythm proper to your route, and by learning how to compare it with the rhythms of others through signals and agreements. Once you feel that, you stop demanding that motion leave time untouched, and you start seeing the grace in a world where the same symmetry that unifies the forces of nature also teaches patience when perspectives differ, a world where boats on the same sea keep honest but unequal seconds and still find one another by the light they share. Entropy, the arrow that gives time its direction. Open a window in your mind and watch a drop of blue dye fall into a clear glass of water. At first, a delicate ribbon, and then a soft cloud, until the whole glass turns a calm pale blue. And notice that you never see the reverse. The calm blue never gathers itself back into a tight ribbon that leaps upward into the dropper, which is the everyday face of a deep fact. The microscopic rules that move molecules and fields allow both directions in principle. Yet, at the level you live and remember, there is a preferred direction, a steady drift from arranged to scattered, from crisp to mixed. And that direction is what we call the arrow of time carried by entropy. To understand why, set aside the mystique around the word. Entropy is not a force and not a verdict about meaning. It is a way of counting how many detailed arrangements, the microstates, realize the same large-scale look. The macrostate, so a tidy room corresponds to very few precise arrangements, while a messy room corresponds to vastly many, and the same for an intact ice sea. You compared with the same molecules melted into a puddle. Left to itself, a system wanders through its possibilities. And most of those possibilities look mixed rather than arranged. So it is overwhelmingly likely to evolve toward macrostates with larger multiplicity, which we summarize by saying entropy tends to increase. The molecules do not know any rule called entropy. They follow local interactions that are almost symmetric under reversing the time parameter. And this creates a classical puzzle raised long ago by Loschmidt. If the laws are reversible, why do we see irreversible behavior, such as perfume spreading and cream blending? And why do we remember the past, but not the future? The resolution begins with scale and ignorance. When you track every coordinate with infinite precision, a closed classical system conserves a fine-grained measure of phase space area. Yet you never track such detail. You group countless microstates into cells. You treat as equivalent a step called coarse graining that throws away distinctions you cannot access. And with that grouping in place, the typical paths between group states lead from rare, special macrostates to common, typical ones, which is exactly the drift you observe. A second ingredient is the choice of boundary condition. Our world appears to have begun in an extraordinarily special low entropy state, smooth and simple on large scales. And from that condition, the usual statistics guarantee that most forward evolutions grow structure and mix energy, which gives sandwiches time to stale and clouds time to spread. This is sometimes called the past hypothesis, and it anchors the arrow without asking the laws to prefer past over future. Even gravity, which seems to clump matter rather than disperse it, fits the same story once you count the right degrees of freedom. Because in an expanding universe, a uniform distribution of mass has very low gravitational entropy, while clumped structures such as stars and black holes have much higher gravitational entropy. The newborn cosmos was astonishingly smooth, and the growth of galaxies and the formation of black holes represent a massive rise in the number of accessible microstates. So gravity does not defy the arrow. It drives one of its strongest currents. Black holes sharpen the point with a dramatic rule. Their entropy scales with horizon area, not volume, which tells you that the number of internal arrangements compatible with a simple exterior description is enormous, and that the universe hides its most extravagant entropy in dark horizons that quietly grow when matter or radiation falls in. The cosmic ledger balances not because order is destroyed, but because order is relocated to places with more ways to be. Entropy also ties to information in a practical way that you can feel in your palms. Maxwell imagined a clever being that could sort fast molecules from slow and decrease entropy without paying a price. Yet real demons must gather and store information, and erasing that information later produces heat. Landauer's principle makes this trade explicit by linking the cost of forgetfulness to a minimum amount of energy dispersed per bit, which is why computation warms your laptop, and why highly ordered memory chips need power budgets to keep them useful. The arrow you live by is not only thermodynamic, it shows up as a psychological arrow because the brain stores records of what has occurred and never of what will occur. A radiative arrow because natural light we see is dominantly outgoing from past events rather than incoming from future absorbers. A causal arrow because effects sit in future light cones rather than in past ones, and these arrows align because they all depend on that same low entropy past and on the same coarsening of description. When you change one, you inevitably touch the others. If you worry that a reversible micro-world contradicts an irreversible macro-world, recall the lesson from shuffling a deck. The rules for permuting cards are perfectly reversible. Yet, after a dozen shuffles, you are almost certainly in one of the astronomically many unremarkable orders. And the reason you never see a spontaneously unshuffle is not that the motion is forbidden, but that the route back to a special order is a needle in a cosmic haystack that random wandering will almost never thread. Irreversibility is probability writ large against human patience. There are subtle objections that only deepen appreciation. Poincaré showed that a closed finite system must recur near its initial state if you wait long enough. But the recurrence times for macroscopic systems are so vast that they make the age of the universe look like a blink. So recurrence is a logical possibility without practical consequence. Loschmidt's reversal would require inverting every velocity with godlike precision, which no physical process can accomplish under noise and chaos. So the thought experiment remains a poem about symmetry rather than a recipe for reversing breakfast. If you want to see entropy at work with fresh eyes, look beyond melting ice and watch a stirred paint can. The marbling initially forms graceful strands that soon turn to a uniform shade because the stretching and folding of fluid trajectories spread trace amounts of dye through ever finer filaments until they fall below. Your resolution, your eye performs a coarse graining and calls it mixed, and your hands feel the energy you had to supply to keep stirring. Because entropy increase is not free. It is paid for by gradients you flatten and by energy you dissipate into tiny motions you no longer track. On a planetary scale, life rides those gradients rather than fights the second law. Sunlight comes in relatively ordered form and leaves as diffuse infrared glow, and along the way living systems maintain local structure by accelerating the flow from concentrated energy to dispersed heat. Plants write low entropy patterns called leaves only because the star above them is a well of usable order that will eventually be emptied. Even memory and aging fit this picture without fatalism. Repair and learning are processes that export entropy as waste heat to maintain or refine internal order. And the cost grows as complexity grows, which is why biological systems must eat and breathe to keep writing the story of self. None of this makes the arrow cruel. It gives it context and grants you leverage. You do not need to lament that order decays. You can choose where to spend it so that a quiet room, a clear thought, or a generous act exists for a while against the background drift. When your tea cools and your schedule fills, you can see in both the same principle. Energy differences flatten. Patterns mix. Records accumulate of what was done. And tomorrow can be shaped only because today carries the residue of yesterday's low entropy start. The soft conclusion is not that everything falls apart, but that everything changes in a way that lets stories be written and memories be possible. That the universe gives direction not by decree, but by statistics and beginnings. And that understanding this frees you to work with the arrow instead of against it, to build islands of structure that matter to you, and to let them go with less fear when their gradients have been spent. Could the arrow of time reverse? Ask yourself a daring question and let it echo for a moment in a quiet room of your mind. If broken eggs never leap back into their shells and perfume never regathers in the bottle, is that because nature forbids reversal, or because nature almost never arranges the astonishing coincidences that reversal would require? And if the second answer is closer to the truth, could the arrow of time ever point the other way under the right conditions? The scientific story begins with a sober fact. The microscopic equations that guide particles and fields respect reversibility to a remarkable degree. If you could flip every position and velocity with exquisite precision, a movie of molecular motion would run convincingly backward. Yet the world we actually meet is described in coarse terms like temperature and pressure, and those macroscopic descriptions bundle an astronomically large set of fine details into one label. From that bundling comes a powerful statistic. There are far more microscopic ways for cream and coffee to be thoroughly mixed than for them to remain beautifully separate. So a typical system wanders toward mixed states and almost never stumbles into a rare pattern that looks more arranged. The arrow appears because our universe started in an exceptionally special condition, smooth on large scales and low in gravitational entropy. So forward from that beginning, the ordinary statistics send sandcastles toward flat beaches and hot objects toward room temperature. With this background, you can now ask honestly when and how a reversal might happen. In small systems where fluctuations matter, entropy can go down for short times with non-zero probability. Experiments with colloidal beads and single molecules have measured such blips and written them into precise fluctuation theorems, like the Jarzynski relation and the Crookes formula. Yet the same mathematics shows that the chance of a large sustained reversal falls off faster than your patience can follow. So while a nanoscopic arrow can stutter and hiccup, a macroscopic arrow holds steady for times far longer than the age of the cosmos. There are engineered echoes that look like magic from the right angle. In nuclear magnetic resonance, the Hahn echo refocuses scrambled spins and briefly restores order. And in carefully controlled quantum many-body systems, researchers have implemented Loschmidt echoes that approximate time reversal for a chosen Hamiltonian, allowing a cloud of atoms to evolve forward and then retrace its steps when interactions are toggled with a clever pulse sequence. These feats are real, beautiful, and limited. They work because we impose a future boundary condition by design. We tell the system which microscopic pathway to follow. And even a whiff of noise breaks the spell, since any uncorrected degree of freedom keeps marching toward disorder. There are also special thermodynamic settings that can confuse intuition without violating the arrow. Negative temperature populations in lasers look as if they let entropy run uphill. But those states sit on bounded energy ladders and are hotter than any positive temperature state in a precise sense. When they relax toward ordinary equilibrium, the global entropy still grows. In gravity, the time reverse of a black hole is a white hole that spews matter and radiation outward. You can write the equations that describe it, but no one has seen a white hole in the sky. and theory suggests they would be catastrophically unstable, which is another way of saying that reversing the gravitational arrow would demand fantastically tuned conditions that the universe does not seem to supply. Cosmology offers bolder proposals. In bouncing or time-symmetric models, the universe can pass through a moment of minimal complexity and then expand in two directions. On each side, observers would inherit a low entropy past and watch entropy climb away from the middle, producing two populations for whom time appears to flow outward in opposite directions. Barber and collaborators call the special middle the Janus point, and two-state descriptions in quantum theory place boundary conditions at both ends of a process, rather than only at the beginning. Yet all such ideas carry a price in fine-tuning or in correlations that look conspiratorial from within one wing of the cosmos. They are not ruled out by logic. They are constrained by the absence of telltale signatures in the data we can actually collect. On human scales, a gentler truth holds. You can locally reverse pieces of the arrow by paying an entropy bill elsewhere. Refrigerators keep a box of air cold and ordered by dumping heat into the room and by consuming electrical work. Freezers refreeze water into clear cubes by exporting disorder to the power plant and to the atmosphere above it. And living cells maintain exquisite structure by accelerating the flow of energy from concentrated sunlight to diffuse infrared glow. So every oasis of order is a small eddy within a larger stream that still runs downhill. If you insist on a strict reversal without a wider cost, nature begins to ask impossible things of you. Perfect knowledge of every coordinate, perfect isolation from environmental noise, perfect control of couplings that extend to infinity. The arrow can be nudged and sculpted. It cannot be turned globally by wishing. There is also the psychological arrow that depends on memory. Records exist of what has happened, because writing records is easier when entropy rises. Scratches on a wall, photographs in an album, synaptic changes in a brain, all are robust traces that persist in one temporal direction. To reverse that arrow, you would need not only to unscramble cream from coffee, but also to unwire memories and unwind footprints, which brings you back to the same mountain of fine-tuning hiding behind any cinematic rewind. The most balanced conclusion is both humble and firm. Could the arrow of time reverse? Yes, in controlled pockets for a while, if you supply cunning boundary conditions, or if you look at very small systems where fluctuations rule, and perhaps on a cosmic stage, if the entire universe obeys a time-symmetric script, with a special center that we are not in a position to visit. Will the arrow reverse for the world you live in and act within, not spontaneously, and not in a way that lets you watch yesterday unroll itself into a neat stack of unbroken eggs? Rather than fight the current, the wiser art is to understand it, to use free energy while you have it to build patterns that matter to you, to accept that every act of repair exports heat to its surroundings, and to find meaning in the simple fact that direction gives stories their shape. When you finish the last sip of tea and rinse the cup, you are not witnessing a cosmic failure. You are participating in the one-way traffic that makes memory possible and growth intelligible. And you can let that knowledge soften the question, because the arrow's strength is not an enemy of wonder. It is the reason wonder leaves footprints that the future can find. Why time in quantum physics doesn't work like ourstry. To set a stopwatch on an electron, and you run into a quiet mismatch between what a second feels like to you and what time means inside quantum theory. Because in everyday lifetime is something you read off a clock that keeps ticking whether you look at it or not, while in the quantum description, the symbol T is not an observable with its own operator, but an external parameter that organizes change. And that difference ripples through everything from how events unfold to what it even means to ask how long something took. The Scharf-Eidinger equation treats time as the knob that turns the wave function, a smooth unitary evolution that keeps total probability intact. Yet the moment you perform a measurement, the story changes character. Your act selects an outcome and updates the state in a way that does not look like gentle rotation in time, which leaves a conceptual wrinkle that textbooks resolve operationally and researchers explore with experiments that show how observation reshapes dynamics. Energy connects to time in a way that sounds like the familiar uncertainty pairs, but is not identical to position and momentum. There is no standard Hermitian time operator that simply fails to commute with the Hamiltonian. Instead, there are bounds that say a system with a narrow spread in energy takes longer to evolve into something noticeably different, and a system with a wide spread can change quickly, which means time appears in quantum theory, both as an external label and as a speed limit written by energy. That is why you can slow or hasten quantum change with nothing more than attention. Frequent probing can freeze a transition in place in the quantum Zeno effect, and less frequent probing can sometimes accelerate it in an anti-Zeno regime, a precise realization of the old proverb about a watched pot that never boils, not because the universe cares about your curiosity, but because measurements continually reset the phase relations that drive evolution. Ask how long tunneling takes, and the ground gets softer under your feet. Several sensible definitions exist, and they do not always agree. You can count the time a particle dwells in a barrier. You can infer a clock from how its spin precesses. While it is inside, you can track when a wave packet's peak emerges, and each definition captures a different aspect of a process that does not consist of a single bead marching through a wall, but of an extended wave that reshapes across the region, which is why careful experiments report different tunneling times, and theorists debate which notion speaks most clearly to causality and signal speed. Push further, and even the order of events can lose its crispness. In special optical circuits, a control system can put two operations into a superposition of orders, so that A then B and B then A coexist until detection. An effect called indefinite causal order that does not break cause and effect, but does show that in the quantum regime, the textbook idea of a single global sequence needs refinement, and related delayed choice arrangements reveal that choices about how to measure can be made after a particle has already passed the apparatus that seemed to require a decision earlier. Yet no message travels backward and no contradiction appears. What changes is the set of correlations the world allows you to read. Entanglement adds another dimension to the mismatch with intuition. Two systems prepared together can produce joint statistics that no classical clockwork can mimic. And while nothing outruns light, the correlations arrive without any time-stamped exchange. You could track on a ledger, which is a reminder that duration is not the only way events hang together in quantum theory. Shared preparation matters. If you now ask what a clock is in such a world, the answer becomes humbling. A clock is a quantum system too, subject to the same fluctuations and trade-offs. There are limits to how sharply it can mark intervals for a given energy budget and mass. There are even arguments that trying to make a clock both extremely accurate and extremely compact forces you toward gravitational collapse, which ties the precision of timekeeping to the deep structure of space-time rather than to craftsmanship alone. Some researchers flip the script and let time emerge from correlations. In the Page and Wooters picture, the global state of the universe can be static in an external sense. Yet, if you partition it into a subsystem that plays the role of a clock, and another that you call the system, the conditional state of the system relative to clock readings unfolds. If time were flowing, a vision that laboratory demonstrations have sketched with entangled photons, and that resonates with relational ideas in quantum gravity, where change is defined by what variables do with respect to one another, rather than with respect to an external. At the far end of that road sits the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, in which the wave function of the entire universe seems to obey a timeless constraint, and time has to be recovered from the way parts of the world act as reference frames for other parts. A program that also connects to thermal time ideas, where the arrow and the rate of change are extracted from the state of a system, rather than imposed from outside. None of this negates the clocks on your wall or the minutes that pass as you listen. It explains why those minutes belong to a coarse-grained, thermodynamic, macroscopic narrative that your brain stitches together from records and expectations, while the quantum description is about amplitudes and correlations that do not line up with the felt flow in a simple way. even the rare places where the microscopic laws do pick a direction, as in tiny violations of time reversal symmetry in certain particle decays, do not set the tempo of daily life. They are delicate ripples on a sea whose large-scale currents are set by initial simplicity and by the statistics of many degrees of freedom. The practical conclusion is gentle and useful. When you speak about time in the lab, you must say how you are measuring it and with what clock, which processes you are comparing, which questions you are asking about order and duration and change. And the answers you get will reflect that choice, while when you live your life, you can let the familiar flow guide action and meaning without forcing the quantum world to mirror your intuition. In that sense, time in quantum physics does not work like ours, because ours is a story optimized for agency and memory, and the quantum story is a calculus of possibilities that turns into definite experiences only when conditions select outcomes and reference systems. Two views that disagree in form, yet harmonize in practice, since the devices you build to count seconds are quantum objects that learn to behave classically through interaction with their surroundings. And the seconds they give you are reliable because a vast, fragile dance of phases has been tamed into ticks you can trust, superposition and timeless states. Close your eyes and picture a bell that can ring two notes at once, not as a blur, but as a precise chord, whose tones weave in and out to make a slow throbbing beat. Because that simple image carries you most of the way to understanding superposition and the strange idea of timeless states in quantum theory. A quantum state can be a clean single note, an energy eigenstate that does not change what you can observe as time goes by, or it can be a chord, a superposition of different energies whose notes drift in phase relative to each other and create observable rhythms. And those rhythms are what your instruments call time. In the mathematics, a state is a vector, and the world allows you to add vectors. So the electron in a trap or the atom in a clock can be prepared in a combination of possibilities, rather than in just one. When the combination includes two energy levels, the relative phase between them advances at a rate set by the energy difference divided by Planck's constant. And that phase is not decoration. It turns into real oscillations in the probability to find the system here or there, up or down, excited or relaxed. A laboratory heartbeat that shows up as quantum beats in spectroscopy and as Rabi oscillations in the simplest two-level experiments. Now compare that to the pure note. If a system sits in a single energy eigenstate, its full wave function acquires a uniform phase factor as the external time parameter increases. Yet any probability or expectation value you can measure remains steady, since a global phase is invisible to observations that depend only on the magnitude and relative wave phases of components. In that precise sense, the state is stationary, and the physics is timeless. The atom's cloud does not swirl. The average position and energy do not drift. The correlations sit in place as if you had pressed pause, even though under the hood, the complex phase has been quietly turning like a hand on a dial that no meter can see. The contrast explains why superposition animates the quantum world, and why single notes feel still. Time dependence in measurable quantities appears when you have more than one energy in play, because only then can a relative phase exist, and only a relative phase can write a moving pattern into the probabilities. The beat frequency is the energy gap over Planck's constant, which is why clocks exploit superpositions rather than resting in eigenstates, and why the most accurate timekeepers create carefully protected blends of two levels. Let the phase advance with minimal disturbance, and then read out that phase as seconds. This also clarifies what superposition is not. It is not a tiny marble doing two incompatible things at the same instant. It is the rule that amplitudes add, and that the world respects the additions when you set up conditions that let them interfere. Which is why a single photon in a Mach phase-ender interferometer produces bright and dark outputs that depend on phase, and why a pair of microwave pulses in a Ramsey sequence can turn internal superposition into measurable fringes that drift exactly as the theory predicts. Once you feel the mechanism, you can appreciate The bolder claim that some of the deepest equations make about the universe as a whole. In the Wheeler-DeWitt approach to quantum gravity, the master constraint does not carry an explicit time parameter at all, as if reality at the largest scale sits in a static state, a pure note with no external drummer. Yet if you carve that global state into two parts, a subsystem that you decide to call a clock, and the rest that you call a system, the conditional state of the system relative to clock readings shows change that looks like ordinary dynamics, which is the Page and Wooters idea in simple words. And small experiments with entangled photons have illustrated the basic logic by showing how correlations alone can generate an effective flow. The same relational flavor appears in thermal time proposals, where the direction and rate of change are read from the informational content of a state, rather than imposed from outside, and in the practical fact that a density matrix in equilibrium commutes with the Hamiltonian and therefore looks constant in time, even though microscopic phases are still turning beneath the coarse description. In all of these cases, timelessness does not mean emptiness. It means that the things you can measure do not carry an evolving pattern until you choose a partition or a comparison that introduces a notion of before and after. Decoherence adds another layer that is essential for the world you see. When a delicate superposition interacts with its environment, stray photons and vibrations record which component it resembles. The relative phases between components become inaccessible, and the interference pattern washes out. So the state looks like a classical mixture with no visible beat. The process singles out pointer states that behave stably under monitoring by the environment. And in that stability, you get the quiet kind of timelessness that a warm coffee cup or a solid table displays. Not because nothing is happening, but because the observable averages have settled into slow drifts, while microscopic phases lose their ability to create coherent rhythms you could detect. If you want a hands-on picture, look at the hydrogen atom. A single energy eigenstate has a stationary electron cloud with a fixed probability density and no flicker in time, even though a phase wins with constant speed. But a superposition of two neighboring levels produces a charge cloud that sloshes with a definite frequency equal to the energy gap divided by Planck's constant, a real oscillation that can emit or absorb radiation, and that disappears when the environment learns too much about which level the atom occupies. The same logic scales up to superconducting qubits, where superpositions of different current states generate microwaves that you can drive and measure, and to molecules where wave packets constructed from many vibrational eigenstates breathe in time with the beat created by their energy spacings. Even tunneling and so-called traversal time puzzles take on a gentler tone in this light, because a wave packet crossing a barrier is not a bead squeezing through a slot, but a superposition of momentum components that reshapes as relative phases evolve. So the question of how long it took splits into several sensible definitions that track different aspects of the changing pattern. Philosophically, this view softens a hard habit of thought. You are used to imagining time as a river that flows past things. But in quantum theory, change comes from relations among components and from the phases that stand between them, and a state can be timeless in practice whenever those relations stop writing new patterns into your measurements. The flow that matters is created when you place two notes next to each other and let them drift. While a single note may be beautiful and utterly still, practically it gives you power. Every precise clock is a managed superposition that protects phase from noise and converts it into ticks. Every spectroscopic technique that reads quantum beats is a way to turn internal rhythms into information. And every strategy that preserves coherence is a way to keep the cord alive long enough to do work before the environment pulls it back towards stationary calm. When you return to your own life, you can let the metaphor stay with you without stretching it too far. Some days are pure note days when you keep a steady state for stability and rest. Other days are chord days when you invite interference to create movement and discovery. And in both cases, the lesson from the lab is the same. That time as you feel it is not a universal drum, but a rhythm drawn from contrasts, and that even a world with timeless chords can sing when the right notes are combined. The now in quantum mechanics. When does reality happen? Hold a single question in your mind, as if you were holding your breath under calm water. When does reality happen? Because in quantum mechanics, the usual answer, right now, is not a primitive ingredient of the theory, but something you build from records, correlations, and agreements about what counts as a fact. The equations themselves treat time as a parameter that labels change, while the sense of a present arrives only when a potential outcome is written into a stable record that many observers can check without disturbing it. And the journey from possibility to record is where the idea of now gets its substance. In the lab, you never observe a bare wave function. You observe clicks, fringes, voltage steps, pixels on a screen, all of which are macroscopic states that persist long enough to be copied. So the operational rule is simple to state and deep to unpack. Reality happens when fragile quantum amplitudes are funneled into robust classical information, and that funnel is built from interaction with an environment that constantly monitors certain properties more than others. A process called decoherence that kills the delicate phase relationships required for interference and leaves behind a narrow set of stable outcomes. The time scale for this loss of coherence can be unimaginably fast for big objects, faster than a trillionth of a second for dust grains in air, slower yet still brisk for superconducting circuits in carefully shielded boxes. And the practical present in each case is the moment the environment has learned enough about the system that alternative branches stop talking to each other, and further observers will agree on what was seen. This is why modern quantum theory speaks the language of instruments and effects, not only of idealized projectors, because real measurements unfold in time and deposit information gradually. When a detector watches a fluorescing atom, for instance, the state that best describes what you know is not the isolated atom's wave, but the condition, did state, given your measurement record up to your clock time, t, an evolving estimate that jumps when a photon is caught and drifts when none is seen. A mathematical version of common sense that says your present is the boundary of reliable evidence, and that boundary moves as evidence arrives. Ask for a more fundamental answer, and you find several consistent stories rather than a single decree. In the consistent histories approach, reality is not a sequence of instantaneous collapses, but a coarse-grained tapestry of events that do not interfere with one another, because the environment has erased the phases that would knit them together, and a history becomes an acceptable narrative only when different alternatives are mutually exclusive and stable enough to carry probabilities that add up. Which means the when of reality is the point at which one history in your chosen family wins the right to be called factual for all practical purposes. In pilot wave theory, the beables, the actual positions of particles guided by a wave, exist at every time by construction, and the present is just the current configuration, while in spontaneous collapse models, flashes of localization occur randomly, with well-defined rates, and the present is marked by the latest spray of such events. Different answers that all agree on observed statistics, even as they place the weight of now on different parts of the machinery. Relativity complicates any naive present by removing the idea of a single global now. So a careful quantum field theory does not ask you to collapse the state on a universal slice. It lets you update your description on any space-like hypersurface, and guarantees that predictions do not depend on which foliation you used, provided you assign outcomes to localized regions, and respect the rule that operations in space, like separated regions, commute. Put plainly, your now should be tied to the information available in your past light cone, and two observers, who stand far apart, may disagree about the order in which distant measurements occurred, while agreeing perfectly about every combined statistic they can later compare. Famous delayed choice experiments make this concrete without inviting paradox. You can choose late in the day to look for interference, or for which path information, and you will get the pattern that matches your final setup. Yet nothing retroactively edits a previously fixed record. Rather, the correlations you are able to reveal are decided by the entire arrangement, and the present is simply the moment the joint record becomes available to be read. Indefinite causal order pushes the idea further by preparing operations in a superposition of sequences, so that no single classical order exists before detection. But again, the predictions remain no faster than light, and the when of reality is pinned to the formation of a stable joint record, not to a mystical clock that sweeps the world. Even the notion of timing is bounded by quantum limits. There is no universal time operator that you can measure like position, and the precision with which you can tag an event is constrained by the energy available and by the bandwidth of your detector. So your now always has a thickness that reflects both hardware and the unavoidable trade-offs of the theory. In that sense, quantum speed limits, which relate the energy spread of a system to the minimum time required for it to become observably different, are not only abstract inequalities, but reminders that change has a cost, and that sharpening the time of an event blurs what else you can know. Step back, and the pieces fit into a humane picture. A quantum system evolves through a space of possibilities, and reality, as we use the word in experiments and in life, is the subset of those possibilities that have been irreversibly written into the world, as records with thermodynamic backing, records that can be copied, compared, and left for others to find. That is why measurement is expensive in energy terms, why erasing memory produces heat, and why the arrow of time bends through every detector you build. Because creating a present is the act of leaving footprints that cannot be cleanly swept away. The practical lesson is calm and precise. When you ask, when does reality happen, you must say for whom and with respect to what stream of evidence, since different observers update at different space-time points, but converge when they bring their records together. The quantum state you carry is a compact summary of what you can expect given what you know, and your now is the moving edge of that knowledge, defined by the latest irreversible marks in your reach. From this view, the present is not lost in abstraction. It is recovered with more clarity. Not a cosmic slice that all must share, but a disciplined boundary between what has been recorded and what is still only amplitude. A boundary that advances as interactions convert possibility into fact, and once you learn to see now that way, the question that began as a riddle becomes a tool, a way to design cleaner experiments, a way to understand why agreement requires communication, and a way to live with less metaphysical strain. Because the moments that matter are exactly the ones you and others can return to and read again. Does time exist without change? Imagine walking into a perfectly silent museum at night and finding every pendulum, screen, and metronome frozen at once. Then asking yourself a simple but disorienting question: if nothing anywhere changed, not a tick, not a flicker, not a whisper in any atom, would there still be time? Because what you usually mean by time is the measured pattern of change, the comparison of one reliable cycle with another. Yet the equations you learn in physics often include a symbol T, whether or not anything interesting happens, and that gap between what you can register and what the symbols allow is the doorway into this puzzle. Start from the operational side. The way engineers and astronomers think. To build a clock, you pick a process that repeats predictably and count its cycles, which is why the earliest civilizations trusted shadows and then water, why astronomers later created ephemeris time by fitting a smooth curve through the motion of the moon and planets. When Earth's spin prove irregular, and why modern metrology defines the second by a specific atomic transition so that the tally is independent of weather and wheels. In this practical view, time without change is like length without a ruler, a concept that cannot be cashed out. Now step into the theoretical room next door where the furniture is different. Many dynamical laws are written so that T is a parameter labeling states along a trajectory, and there are solutions in which nothing changes because the system sits in equilibrium or symmetry, locks every degree of freedom. A static electric field can be described for all values of T without the field itself evolving. A stationary quantum eigenstate acquires only a global phase that affects no observable, and a space-time can be time-independent even though each worldline inside it accumulates proper time. So a theorist can point to T on the page, even when the story on the page stands still. This is why the question divides into two versions that must not be confused. One asks whether a variable called time can appear in a description, even if no observable changes. And the answer is yes, in many formalisms. The other asks whether time exists for an observer who inhabits a world in which nothing at all changes. And the answer then depends on what you count as existence. Because if no clock can be built and no trace can be left, there is no operational handle for time at all. Philosophers gave names to the attitudes behind these answers, long before atoms were standard. Newton spoke of absolute, true time that flows equably, like a background parameter, indifferent to events. While Leibniz argued that time is only the order of successive states, a relation among changes, not a substance in its own right. Centuries later, mechanics can be reformulated in a way that flatters both sides. In the Lagrangian picture, you can treat the story of a system as a whole path selected by a variational principle between two boundary conditions. And you can even remove external time and use reparametrization invariant actions, in which the parameter along the path is a label you may stretch or shrink at will, while physical content remains untouched. A hint that only the geometric order of configurations matters. From this view, you can reconstruct a clock from the system itself by selecting one slow, regular degree of freedom as a reference and expressing the rest with respect to it, which is essentially what astronomers did when they built ephemeris time. They let the sky be the clock. Extend that logic and you reach Mach's suggestion that inertia and temporal measures should be defined relative to the mass distribution of the universe, rather than to an invisible container, a relational lean that shows up in modern time from change programs that treat durations as summaries of how far a system moves through its own configuration space. There is also a local, personal angle to the problem that cuts through metaphysics. Imagine you alone in a sealed pod with no windows, all instruments broken except a heartbeat you cannot feel, and a brain that never forms new memories. Even if the space-time outside carries a static metric through which your world line gathers proper time, you would have no way to register it. Time for you would be indistinguishable from nothing, because experience requires sequences and records. Now loosen the constraint. Let a crystal oscillator in the pod keep vibrating while everything else is still, and suddenly, time regains meaning, because you can count regular changes, which is precisely why physics pairs the definition of time to specific processes, and why metrology never defines time in the absence of reference phenomena. If you press further into quantum territory, the contrast sharpens again. A pure energy eigenstate has no time-dependent observables. It is timeless in practice. Yet a superposition of energies carries relative phases that create measurable oscillations. And those oscillations are what the best clocks harvest. In other words, at the smallest scales as well as the largest, time shows itself through interference patterns and correlations, not as a detached fluid that flows whether or not anything dances in it. General relativity adds a complementary twist. Proper time along a world line is a geometric length built from the space-time metric. So even in a static gravitational field, a stationary observer's wristwatch accumulates seconds, while exterior fields remain unchanged, which proves that the geometry can assign duration without global evolution. Yet the assignment is only a number until a physical process ticks to realize it. The value of this split perspective is practical. When you model systems, you are free to use a parameter t and compute consequences even for static solutions. But when you measure the world, you must anchor time to change, and any claim about durations must specify the clock and the procedure. Returning to the museum floor, the honest answer to your opening question is softly two-sided. If nothing changed anywhere, there would still be ways to write down a parameter in some equations, and certain geometric quantities would retain meanings that resemble duration. But there would be no experiment to distinguish one instant from another, no record to compare, no memory to hold a before and after. So time would be emptied of its observable content. The conclusion worth carrying is gentle rather than dogmatic. Physics gives you tools that permit a t even in frozen scenes. Life gives you awareness only when patterns unfold. and wisdom lies in keeping the two aligned, using time as a precise parameter when calculating and insisting on change when speaking about experience. That way you learn to respect the clocks you build and the stories you live, and you stop searching for time in a vacuum where nothing happens, choosing instead to find it where it has always been most faithful, in the ordered succession of things that leave traces behind, the possibility of timeless physics, equations without time. Suppose you tried to write the story of the world without ever using a clock, only by listing what configurations are possible and which of them can border which, and imagine that the story still worked, predictions still came out right, spacecraft still reached their targets, and yet nowhere did you have to point to a special symbol for time. Because this is the quiet claim behind timeless physics. Many of our deepest equations can be cast, so that change is expressed as geometry, constraint, or correlation, rather than as motion through an external ticking parameter. And the felt flow you live by then appears as a way of reading those relations, rather than as a primitive ingredient of reality. In classical mechanics, there is a version of the laws in which you eliminate the clock entirely and ask for the curve of configurations that makes a particular action stationary, not as a function of t, but as a geodesic in the space of possible shapes of the system. Jacobi's principle is the simplest instance. It tells you that the route a system takes from one arrangement to another is the shortest path in a certain metric on configuration space that depends on total energy and potential. So the ellipse traced by a planet can be derived without advancing a time variable at all. And the pace along the ellipse can be restored after the fact by comparing arc length to energy, which means the order of states is fundamental and the timestamps are secondary. The Hamilton-Fay-Jacobi method pushes this further by turning dynamics into a single scalar function. The principal function, S, that depends on configuration and constants of motion. And once S is known, what you usually call time is not an input, but can be recovered as a derivative with respect to energy. A mathematical way of saying that duration is the bookkeeping you create when you choose one degree of freedom to serve as a reference for the rest. That choice can be the swing of a pendulum in a lab, or the path of a planet in the sky. And astronomers quietly do this whenever they refine ephemeris time by letting celestial motions calibrate one another without invoking a master clock. At the level of fields and geometry, the same idea appears in a different guise. The covariant form of our best theories does not privilege a particular slicing of the world into moments. It describes entire solutions at once, and treats different space-like slices as different ways to read the same solution. So the evolution you are used to is a change of foliation, not a march of a cosmic second hand. In theories with full symmetry under changes of coordinates, the Hamiltonian, that would normally generate time evolution, becomes a constraint that vanishes on physical states, which is the precise meaning of saying the theory is timeless in its canonical form. Allowed states sit on a surface defined by constraints, and what we call evolution is a relation among values of fields at different points, rather than a flow with respect to an external t. There is a practical payoff to this abstract viewpoint. When you compute with a path integral, you are not stepping the world forward minute by minute. You are summing over entire histories weighted by an action, and what the calculation returns is a probability amplitude connecting boundary data. The whole emphasis is on relations between what is specified on the edges, not on a special stopwatch in the middle. Even in quantum field theory, where laboratory time is indispensable for running experiments, the most invariant statements are written as correlations between operators localized in regions, and the rules guarantee that predictions do not depend on how you choose to foliate spacetime into slices, labeled now. Push toward quantum gravity, and the timeless flavor grows stronger. Attempts to quantize the geometry of spacetime naturally produce equations in which the state of the universe is selected by constraints without an external time parameter. And while the details remain an active frontier, the common lesson is that change must be read as correlation among partial aspects of the world, not as movement against a universal drum. You can test the relational mindset in places where gravity plays little role too. In a sealed classical system, the motion of a complicated molecule can be reconstructed by choosing an internal angle as a reference and expressing all other coordinates as functions of that angle. The predictions match those obtained by integrating equations with respect to t, and the benefit is conceptual clarity, because you see that durations are summaries of how far the system has moved in its own configuration space. Even computation offers a fresh angle. In complex many-body systems, there are reasons to think that an internal notion of duration can be tied to how much computational work is required to map one state into another, which leads to a second law of complexity, where typical evolutions wander into states that require longer descriptions, a trend that behaves like an arrow without appealing to an external schedule. Cosmology opens yet another door by treating the universe as a whole object, where the cleanest boundary data are those at very early and very late stages, and where proposals like the no-boundary idea compute the weight of entire spacetimes from a single geometric integral. So once again, answers are correlations between conditions rather than steps along a master clock. None of this abolishes the clocks on your wall, and none of it denies the everyday truth that actions must be timed and promises kept. Rather, it reframes their status. A clock is a device that tracks a convenient internal cycle, and we synchronize many such devices by exchanging signals, so our relational readings line up. But the equations underneath are happy to be solved using a language that never relied on an absolute now. The philosophical consequence is gentle rather than stark. If the fundamental description is timeless, then the flow you feel is not an illusion, but a perspective, a way of inhabiting a web of relations by carrying memory and making predictions. And the pace you experience is the rate at which your chosen reference processes change relative to the rest. In practical terms, this view improves your modeling and your intuition. It teaches you to state clearly which variables serve as your clock, and why, to expect that different observers may legitimately adopt different internal references, and yet still agree on all invariant relations, and to see why background-independent theories must package predictivity in constraints and correlations rather than in a global tick. It also offers a kind of calm. If equations can be written without time, then you are freed from the anxious picture of a river that sweeps everything away and invited instead to imagine a landscape of possible configurations where your life is a path that draws meaning from the relations it makes. Your attention then becomes the way you choose a reference motion. Your commitments become the boundary data that shape what follows, and your understanding of change matures from a chase after seconds to a study of how patterns connect. When you close this page and listen to a clock across the room, the ticks will still arrive with comforting regularity, yet you may hear them differently, not as a proof that time is a substance that flows, but as a faithful report from a small part of the world that you have nominated to keep score, a local voice speaking for a deeper geometry in which the rules can say what happens without ever announcing when it happens. Is time emergent, a byproduct of deeper reality? Imagine discovering that what you call time might be less like a river that carries everything and more like a melody that appears only when many instruments play together, a coordinated effect rather than a substance. Because in physics, emergence means a big concept is not fundamental by itself, but arises from simpler building blocks and their relations. Just as temperature is not a microscopic thing any one molecule owns, but a summary of countless random motions. And the suggestion that time is emergent asks whether the tick you trust could similarly be a large-scale pattern that crystallizes from a deeper level that does not speak in minutes at all. Start with a concrete template for emergence that you already accept without strain. When many particles interact, you often trade the microscopic laws for effective descriptions like fluid equations or elasticity. And those new descriptions work beautifully, even though the original equations never mentioned waves on a pond or sound in wood. If time is emergent, the idea is that our familiar temporality may be such an effective description, valid and precise for macroscopic observers like us, yet not present as a primitive in the fundamental account. Several lines of research give this proposal scientific teeth rather than mystique. One takes a lesson from quantum information. and asks whether the fabric of space and its causal structure can be knitted out of entanglement. In certain dualities, a theory without gravity describes physics on a boundary, while a gravitational spacetime appears in the interior, and the strength and pattern of entanglement on the boundary control geometric features in the bulk. So distance and connectedness become functions of correlations rather than inputs. If geometry can arise this way, the flow of time in the emergent space can track the reorganization of those correlations, and the growth of quantum complexity in the boundary theory can mirror the growth of interior structures, which tempts you to see a relationship between the increase of computational complexity and the passage you feel. Tensor network models make the picture more tangible. They draw states as layered circuits, whose links represent entanglement, and when you ask how information spreads through such a circuit, you find paths that look like light cones and slices that look like instants. Not because the network was told to have a time, but because the rules of composition pick out a direction along which complexity and correlation increase in a way that resembles an arrow in these toy worlds. A notion of before and after appears from the logic of how many gates you need to reach one state from another, which suggests that part of what we call time may be a measure of the computational work required to transform configurations. Another thread comes from thermodynamics and its modern reconciliation with information. When a small system is coupled to a large environment, and you ignore the environment's fine details, the effective dynamics for the small part becomes irreversible, governed by equations that allow entropy to rise. And the emergent variable we call time is then the bookkeeping of correlation flow from the system into its surroundings. Your clock, on this view, is a device that isolates a degree of freedom, whose statistics remain regular enough that its phase relative to other processes is predictable, despite continual leakage of information into the air. There is also a striking proposal that the arrow and even the generator of evolution can be extracted from the state of the world, rather than imposed from outside. In settings where a system is in a particular statistical condition, one can define a natural flow, sometimes called modular flow, that moves observables within the algebra they inhabit. The parameter of that flow behaves like an internal time built from the state itself, and in special cases it coincides with known thermal and kinematic effects, knitting together temperature, acceleration, and the sense of duration into a single relational structure. From a different direction, models of pre-geometric quantum gravity attempt to build spacetime from combinatorial data, rather than from a smooth continuum. In causal set theory, the fundamental ingredient is just order, a record of which events can influence which others, and the metric and dimension of spacetime are emergent summaries of that order at large scales. In other approaches, a universe is assembled from tiny simplices that glue together according to simple rules, and a classical time direction appears only in averaged phases where many random pieces cooperate, much as the smooth flow of water hides the molecular jostle underneath. Even condensed matter offers hints that symmetries we consider native to spacetime can arise from low-energy behavior of systems, whose microscopic rules look nothing like relativity. So it is not absurd to imagine that the symmetry we associate with time translation could be an emergent property of a deeper substrate that does not privilege a clock at all. Of course, a scientific idea only earns its keep when it suggests tests and constraints. An emergent time must reproduce all familiar consequences of relativity and quantum mechanics at accessible energies, from gravitational redshift to interference, and it must resist creating tiny violations of the symmetries we have measured with exquisite accuracy in cosmic rays, clocks, and particle decays. It should hint at new phenomena only near the deepest scales, perhaps where information processing and geometry entwine in the presence of horizons, perhaps where the growth of complexity sets limits on how fast interiors can expand, perhaps where the granularity of whatever underlies space introduces subtle dispersion that our best telescopes might someday see. In laboratories, we can already watch the pieces that a story of emergent time would need. As cold atom simulators build synthetic worlds where causal cones form from the spread of entanglement, as engineered baths teach us how irreversibility blooms from lost correlations. And as quantum processors reveal linear growth and eventual saturation of circuit complexity in ways that echo the timekeeping role of phase in atomic clocks and the restless advance of scrambling in chaotic systems, the philosophical import is gentler than the buzzwords suggest. Saying time may be emergent does not empty your minutes of meaning. It places them on a sturdier foundation by explaining why minutes are reliable in the first place and why arrows align for memory, cause, and heat. Each arrow depends on how information is stored and shared, on how many transformations are needed to turn one configuration into another, and on the special low complexity beginning that makes direction sensible. It also softens a worry that time must be an absolute fluid that sweeps you along, because in an emergent picture, what moves is not a universal substance, but your location in a relational web, updated as correlations change. That view is kinder to the facts of physics and kinder to the way you live, since it suggests you can choose the references you treat as clocks, and you can design environments that preserve useful rhythms. So the question in the title does not demand a dramatic yes or no. It invites you to notice that many of our best tools already calculate without a master clock, and then recover a sense of before and after by comparing boundaries, that many of our best experiments already see arrows appear when systems share information with their surroundings, and that many of our boldest theories already replace geometry with entanglement and complexity at the base. Perhaps time is not a product placed in the world from the outside, but a harmony the world learns to play when enough parts are in conversation. And perhaps your experience of passage is what it feels like to ride that harmony from one coherent arrangement to the next. If you let that possibility settle, it does not make the day feel thinner, it makes it feel more designed, a pattern you can understand and work with, rather than a current to fear. Time in the early universe. Did it even exist? Begin not at the beginning, but at the question that frames it. When you look back toward the fire of origins, and ask whether there was a before to that first bright afterglow, you are really asking what it would mean for time to exist when almost nothing you know as a clock could survive. And the honest path forward is to build the idea gently from things the early universe certainly had, and then follow it into the places where our equations fall silent. In the young cosmos that your best maps describe, matter and light were nearly uniform from place to place. So uniform that a simple family of observers can be defined who drift with the average cosmic expansion and see the same temperature in every direction. Along each of those drifting paths, a proper time collects, a reading that agrees with others who drift the same way, and that shared reading is called cosmic time. The expansion itself can serve as a clock, because the scale factor that measures the distance between comoving points grows in a predictable way, and its rate of change relative to its size is the Hubble parameter, a number with the units of 1/seconds that marks how quickly space stretches. In such a smooth era, you can talk about seconds without consulting the sky for sunrise or the beating of a heart. A clock can be any process whose pace you can trust. And the early universe offered several such processes, even though atoms and molecules had not yet formed. Reaction rates in the hot plasma set characteristic times for collisions and decays. Oscillations between particle states provide rhythms that you can count, and the comparison between these internal timescales and the expansion rate decides whether a process keeps up with the swelling of space or falls out of step. You already use that comparison as a ruler to tell time in the early history. When reactions that kept neutrinos in equilibrium could no longer outrun expansion, those neutrinos decoupled and began to free stream. When protons and neutrons could no longer swap identities quickly, their ratio froze and set the stage for light element synthesis. When the soup cooled enough that electrons settled into atoms and light was no longer trapped, the fog lifted and the cosmic microwave background began to travel, carrying a record of conditions that prevailed when the universe was only a few 100,000 years old. Later sound waves in the primordial plasma left ripples in the distribution of galaxies that let you check those early seconds and minutes. A kind of echo that still rings across billions of light years. All of these milestones define a timetable without asking whether time itself existed independently of change. because in practice time is the story told by changes that can be compared and recorded. Push the story closer to zero, and the ground starts to shift beneath your feet. Standard general relativity lets you track the scale factor and the temperature back to incredible densities and energies. But its predictions harden into a singularity if you insist on following them to the very end. A sign that the classical description has broken down, rather than a guarantee of a physical edge to reality. At a tiny duration called the Planck time, the quantum shakiness of geometry should become as important as the average curvature, and the smooth stage on which clocks and rods do their work is expected to dissolve into something more primitive. In that regime, the question, did time exist, becomes less about a ticking parameter in an equation, and more about whether there were any stable relations you could use to define before and after. Several proposals sketch different answers. One picture imagines a rapid swelling driven by a field sliding slowly down its potential, a period called inflation that smooths and stretches the universe before ordinary particles and radiation dominate. In this view, a convenient clock is the field itself. You count how many times its value changes by a fixed amount, and the count gives you the number of E-folds of expansion. So time is recovered as the progress of a physical degree of freedom rather than as an external metronome. Another picture replaces the apparent beginning with a bounce, a contraction that reaches a minimum size and then expands, which lets time extend through the moment of highest density, as long as the matter content and quantum corrections can support such a reversal. A third picture, sometimes called no boundary, suggests that near what we call the beginning, the distinction between temporal and spatial directions blurs, like the way geographic north on a sphere is a smooth end to latitude rather than a sharp edge, so that asking for an earlier time is like asking for a place north of the pole. In that case, classical time is an emergent direction that becomes well defined only after the universe grows large enough for familiar geometry to take hold. Whatever story you test must answer to evidence. It has to reproduce the tiny temperature variations seen across the cosmic microwave sky. It has to generate the correct mix of light elements. It has to allow galaxies to form at the observed pace. And it must do all of this while respecting the fact that clocks at different heights and speeds tick at different rates, and that no global present applies once the universe becomes lumpy. Within that web of checks, there is a modest and workable definition that most cosmologists use without fuss. Time in the early universe is the proper time along the flow lines of the average matter and radiation, calibrated by processes whose rates can be computed from known interactions. As long as that average description makes sense, there is a meaningful second to discuss, even if the things that occupy it are not familiar. Only when you press beyond the reach of that average description does the word time risk losing its operational content, either because there was no stable stage to mark change, or because the variables that could have served as clocks were too noisy to agree with one another. The philosophical temptation is to insist on a yes or a no, but the scientific answer is gentler and more informative. Ask what can be measured, and you find that very early time is not a universal current, but a set of relations among processes, all of which can be calculated and compared while the equations hold. Ask what lies beyond those relations, and you enter a frontier where the best you can do is explore models and wait for signatures that can be seen. That does not make the first moments remote and abstract. It makes them closer and more human, because it shows you that your idea of time has always depended on trusted rhythms, from shadows and stars to atomic transitions and expansion rates, and that even at the edge of the visible past the same principle applies. When you let that realization settle, the question that seemed cruel, did time even exist, becomes a calmer invitation to look for the clocks that were possible then, and to admit that beyond them may be a quiet region where the word before has not yet learned how to speak. And as you return to your day, you can carry both the rigor and the humility, a feeling that your minutes are part of a long chain of reliable changes, and a curiosity that the first links might be made of something simpler and stranger than seconds. Can we travel through time? Theoretical loopholes? Lean into a question your younger self never quite let go of, and let it unfurl slowly in a quiet corner of your mind? Can we visit tomorrow early or yesterday again? Not in stories, but in physics. Because the honest map begins by separating what nature already allows from what it merely does not rule out on paper, and then following each path, until engineering or logic asks us to turn back with a fuller heart. Forward travel first, because that part is not fantasy at all, but a consequence of the way motion and gravity shape duration. And rather than repeat old lessons about clocks that slow in speed or near mass, think pragmatically about how a human might ride that effect, about ships that thrust with gentle, constant acceleration for months, so the crew can walk as if under gravity while they're proper. Time trickles more slowly than the time of a friend back home, about the firepower and shielding such a craft would need to survive dust grains that hit like bullets and cosmic rays that judge no one kindly, about the fuel penalty hidden in the rocket equation, and the waste heat that must be rejected so the ship does not cook itself, about the hard physiological limits on acceleration, and the psychology of a journey where the world you left races past you, in news that arrives more and more blue-shifted as you turn for home, or picture stations parked near dense gravitational wells with orbits tuned to hover just far enough above a dangerous surface that tides will not tear them apart. Clocks on those stations would fall behind the clocks on Earth in a measurable way, and a person who lives by them would arrive in the future of Earth sooner than appear, though the hazard of radiation and the difficulty of hovering near a compact object make the scenario a lesson in risk more than a ticket to tomorrow. The backward direction is where the phrase theoretical loophole earns its name, because general relativity contains solutions that admit closed paths through space-time, along which a traveler could return to an event that counts as earlier by their own calendar. Yet every route that looks promising brings along a price or a paradox that modern physics does not happily pay. Wormholes are the most famous opening tunnels that connect distant regions, so that a short trip inside equals a long trip outside. And if you could stabilize a traversable wormhole and change the clock rate between its mouths by moving one mouth fast or placing it deeper in gravity, you could arrange that a walk through the throat delivers you to an earlier date on the other side. The sticking point is that the mouth of a traversable wormhole needs a material with negative effective energy density to hold it open against collapse, something quantum fields can supply in tiny amounts in special setups, like a Casimir cavity. Yet quantum inequalities strictly limit how much negative energy can be packed, and for how long, and semi-classical calculations suggest that any attempt to amplify those small effects to macroscopic scale triggers violent vacuum polarization near the would-be time machine that floods the throat with radiation and slams it shut before a traveler can complete a loop. Warp metrics tease with a different idea, a pocket of space-time carried along by a wave, so that a ship inside sits in comfort while the space in front contracts and the space behind expands. But again, the bookkeeping points to negative energy densities and absurd energy budgets, and more recent no-go theorems sharpen the concern that any configuration which truly outruns light or links two events in a way that would permit a visit to yesterday must violate energy conditions in ways that known physics polices harshly, even proposals that try to evade the cost by sculpting the bubble to crawl, rather than sprint, inherit the need for exotic stress. And as soon as you demand smooth start-up and shut down without tearing the craft or the crew, the mathematics becomes a judge with a stern face. Rotating universes and devices bring another family of loopholes that live more in thought than in the lab. An infinitely long cylinder spun fast enough acquires a region where paths curl back. But infinite cylinders are not tools a finite species could build, and any finite approximation introduces edge effects that ruin the trick. A universe filled with matter that rotates globally admits loops as well. Yet the microwave background tells us our cosmos rotates too little to help, and the very assumption of a single universal spin clashes with the way we measure large-scale uniformity. Even the ring singularity inside an ideal rotating black hole contains a zone where paths turn on themselves. But cosmic censorship and instability likely hide such regions forever behind horizons that disallow careful approach. Cosmic strings that whip past one another could in principle splice together a shortcut with a loop. Yet nature has offered no convincing evidence that the required strings exist, and the energies involved would dwarf any earthly machine. Each route calls up a further guardian with a poet's name: chronology protection. The conjecture that whenever the geometry tries to admit closed loops, accessible to real observers, quantum back reaction erupts to preserve an orderly arrow, not by decree, but by making the would-be machine self-destructive in a way any engineer would recognize as a design that refuses to pass review. Even if some wizardry kept a loop open, logic stands waiting with puzzles we name as paradoxes, stories of grandfathers and bootstrap manuscripts that seem to appear from nothing. Yet here physics offers two broad kinds of answers rather than a shrug. One answer, the consistency view, insists that any event that happens must fit smoothly into the entire history. So your freedom would be constrained to actions that do not create contradictions. An idea that looks restrictive only until you remember that everyday physics already ties your choices to what is possible. A fragile glass does not survive a hammer, regardless of how you feel about the future. The other answer, the branching view, says that a journey that changes an outcome would be a journey into a different branch of a larger ensemble of histories. So the paradox dissolves into an ordinary divergence of stories. And while both pictures can be given precise mathematical clothes in toy models, neither opens a practical route for someone who wishes to step into a booth and return in time for yesterday's sunrise. Quantum information adds one more angle worth holding lightly. Certain abstract models that treat time loops as computational resources allow impossible tasks like solving very hard problems quickly or cloning unknown quantum states. And when those results collide with known limits, they serve as a quiet warning that permitting tidy, traversable loops at human scale would wreak havoc with the logic that holds modern physics together. So if nature keeps such loops from us, it may be to preserve the stable rules on which all our other triumphs rest. What then remains is not a frustrated, no, but a kinder distinction. That going forward faster than other people is an engineering problem built from speed, gravity, shielding, and patience, while going backward appears each time as a mirage that recedes when you bring full physics to bear. A hint that the world lets histories be written by local choices and signals, without grants of editorial power over the pages already set. If this sounds austere, notice the generous comfort hidden inside it. That meaning does not require a rewind button, and that wonder grows more easily when the sky offers you a future to enter, rather than a past to edit. You can still make peace with tomorrow by learning the rules that bend time gently in your favor. You can use the knowledge to keep promises across long voyages, and to me, assure the world with precision that your grandparents would have called magic. And when you finally set the question down for the night, you may find that the desire to flee the present has softened into a quieter ambition to inhabit it more deeply, to let the seconds you are given lengthen by attention, and to leave records sturdy enough that someone else's tomorrow can discover them and feel, for a moment, that you have arrived from a different time to speak. Closed time-like curves, loops in the fabric of reality. Suppose a path through space-time bends so completely that it returns to the very event where it began, not as a poetic circle, but as a route permitted by the geometry itself. Because general relativity allows a special kind of curve called Timelike that represents the possible history of a massive traveler. And if such a curve closes on itself, the result is a closed Timelike curve, a loop in which an observer could in principle meet their earlier self. The idea is unsettling, but it enters physics through exact solutions, not fiction, since rotating distributions of matter can twist space-time enough to tilt local notions of before and after, as in G. Fidel's homogeneous universe, where global rotation let time-like paths wind back, or in the idealized infinitely long, rapidly spinning cylinder that Tipler showed would create a similar effect, and even the interior of a rotating black hole, if taken literally from the equations, harbors regions beyond a Cauchy horizon, where time-like loops and strange causal structures appear. To see why this happens, Remember that in relativity, the separation between events is not judged by a single absolute clock, but by the space-time metric, and a timelike path is one where a physical clock can tick along every step when the metric's off-diagonal terms that mix space and time become strong enough. The directions that count as future can curl around in space, in such a way that following the local arrow patiently brings you back to where you started. A purely geometric mechanism that needs no violations of the speed of light, because the traveler remains timelike throughout. Some proposals try to make loops more practical with engineered shortcuts. For example, a traversable wormhole whose two mouths accumulate different amounts of proper time if one is moved at high speed or parked deeper in a gravitational field, so that stepping through carries you into the external past of the other mouth. The stumbling block is that holding a wormhole open against collapse requires negative effective energy density to counteract gravitational pinch. And while quantum fields can produce tiny pockets of negative energy in special settings, the known quantum inequalities strictly limit the amount and duration, and semi-classical calculations suggest that attempts to amplify such effects ignite violent back reaction that would destroy the device before a macroscopic loop could be completed. Even without machinery, the more ideal loops raise sharp questions for physics, because once a region of space-time admits closed time-like curves, the ordinary initial value problem breaks down. There is no global Cauchy surface from which data evolve uniquely, and fields can pick up influences from their own future, leading to divergences of stress energy near the boundary where chronology first fails. A hint embedded in several analyses, known loosely as chronology protection, the conjecture that quantum effects conspire to prevent the formation of accessible loops by making would-be time machines explosively unstable. The mathematics behind this caution is not mystical. It is the observation that vacuum fluctuations that are harmless in well-behaved regions can be blue-shifted without limit along paths that skim a forming Cauchy horizon, so the energy seen by local observers can blow up and alter the geometry in precisely the place where a loop would have opened, and related instabilities plague the inner horizons of rotating black holes, where small perturbations are amplified into destructive storms that likely seal off the exotic domains long before a traveler could navigate them. If the geometry did permit a loop that survived these effects, logical puzzles would arrive immediately. Could you prevent your grandparents from meeting? Could you publish a paper whose only source was its own citation? Questions that crystallize into the grandfather paradox and the bootstrap paradox. Physics answers with two broad strategies, rather than with shrugs. The first, the Novikov self-consistency principle, insists that local actions must fit into a globally consistent history. So while you remain free to act, only those choices that produce no contradictions can occur. And what looks like constraint is simply the same kind of regularity that already limits what you can do in ordinary dynamics. A fragile glass does not remain intact after a hammer strike because the equations rule out that outcome regardless of how strongly you desire it. The second strategy comes from quantum models that treat loops as peculiar boundary conditions on density matrices. In Deutsch's formulation, a system traveling around a loop must be in a state that is a fixed point of the evolution through the interaction region, which always exists but can produce non-classical consequences, such as allowing tasks that ordinary quantum mechanics forbids, including the perfect discrimination of non-orthogonal states, or computational power that reaches problems believed far beyond standard quantum computers. These models are not blueprints for machines. They are consistency schemes that flag the cost of permitting loops, warning that if nature allowed them easily, the logical structure of information theory and computer science would warp in ways that we have never seen in experiment. Laboratories have even emulated aspects of these ideas, using photons and post-selection to simulate how information might behave in a closed loop, by filtering only those runs that match the fixed point condition. And while such demonstrations are valuable, they do not produce real-time travel. They illustrate correlations under unusual rules and underscore how fragile interference is when causal order becomes ambiguous. Beyond quantum information, ordinary quantum field theory has technical trouble on spacetimes with loops. Because microcausality and unitarity, the pillars that keep probabilities under control and signals inside light cones, are hard to maintain without a well-posed initial value problem. So even if classical geometry allows a loop, a fully consistent quantum theory on that background may simply refuse to exist, or may demand boundary conditions that sterilize the pathology. All of this creates a landscape of possibility that is both precise and sobering. Closed time-like curves are permitted by certain solutions of general relativity, yet every known path, to make them accessible, either requires matter that violates energy conditions beyond what quantum fields can sustain, or destabilizes the region with runaway radiation, or wrecks the predictability of the theory in a way that our best formalisms decline to accept. The human question hiding underneath is gentler, because what we really want to know is whether history is open to edits from within, and the physics answers with a quiet respect for locality and for the arrow that arises from low entropy beginnings. You can influence the future portion of your light cone, and you can inherit constraints from your past cone. But the web of relations that makes up the world resists tidy loops that would let one small traveler tug on the whole tapestry. If you carry that insight back to your desk, the romance of loops does not need to fade. It can mature into appreciation for how finely balanced the rules already are. Rules that let signals be exchanged, records persist, and predictions remain stable without granting powers that would unravel consistency. And as you close your eyes at the end of the day, you can let the mind play with circles, while the body rests in a timeline that moves one way. Grateful that the fabric holds firm enough to build plans upon, and curious enough to keep asking where geometry ends and possibility begins. Causality without time can cause and effect exist timelessly. Imagine stripping the universe of every clock face and calendar page, and asking not what happens next, but what depends on what. Because causality is first about dependence, and only sometimes about a shared schedule. And once you look for the bones of dependence, you find they can stand without a global timekeeping skin. In relativity, the raw material of cause and effect is the pattern of who can reach whom by signals. The light cones at each event carve space into regions that can influence you, that you can influence, and that are forever unreachable. And this pattern is defined without naming a universal now. Mathematicians even show that up to an overall scale, the geometry is almost fixed by this causal ordering alone, which means the network of admissible influences is more fundamental than any particular clock you carry. From that perspective, a clean way to talk about causation without time is to treat it as a partial order. A web where some pairs of events are comparable and others are not. And the absence of a single linear order is not a failure. It is a faithful portrait of a world where different observers slice reality differently and still agree on what can affect what. You can make this more radical by imagining that the web itself is primary and smooth geometry emerges only in the large, as in causal set models, where the basic data are simply which elements precede which others, and the length of a longest chain plays the role of elapsed time once you zoom out. So the tick you know is the count of links rather than a background river. Outside gravity, modern causal science also dodges the need for a clock by anchoring cause in interventions rather than in timestamps. In a structural model, you write variables as functions of other variables and noise. And a directed relation says that if you were to change the input by an ideal manipulation, the output distribution would change while other mechanisms stayed put. A definition that cares about counterfactual influence, not about who spoke first. With that lens, you can establish that the chemistry of a drug influences a biomarker even when patients are measured at the same clinic visit, because randomization simulates the intervention and breaks spurious links, and in everyday systems, a thermostat determines furnace behavior, even if a snapshot finds both in fixed positions. Because the structural equations mark which levers control which outcomes independent of any clock reading. Statistical tools can even infer direction from data, without a recorded sequence, by seeking asymmetries that arise if the distribution of a putative cause is independent of the mechanism that maps it to the effect. A principle called independence of cause and mechanism. Fits that are simple in one direction and contorted in the other reveal the more plausible arrow. And this logic connects quietly to thermodynamics, because a low complexity past and noise that comes from many small influences produce effects that are algorithmically richer than their causes. A signature of direction that does not rely on a metronome. Quantum theory adds a stranger twist that still fits the theme. Experiments can be arranged so that two operations have no definite order until a final detection. Yet each operation still influences outcomes in ways that violate no signaling. A scenario sometimes called indefinite causal order. What is missing there is not cause but a fixed background sequence. And new frameworks treat the whole situation as a higher order process that maps local actions to joint statistics, without presupposing a single line of before and after, which proves that causal influence can be described coherently. Even when time order is not well defined, you can also frame causality as a statement about constraints that link boundary conditions, rather than as a push that flows from past to future. An attitude already encoded in variational principles, where the path of a system extremizes an action between boundaries. In such views, the appearance of a directed push is the way creatures like you, who store records and perform interventions, read a symmetric law, and the direction of practical causation is pinned by which variables we can change with little side effect, and which we can only observe, by which information can be erased at a cost of heat, and which information arrives as uncontrollable noise. This relational stance helps with puzzles that seem to require a moving spotlight of time to define cause. Suppose two bulbs are wired through hidden logic, so that in any trial exactly one lights up. If you randomize one switch with a fair coin and see the other bulb respond, you can deduce a causal link without caring whether you checked your watch. And if a competing explanation rests only on correlation without a manipulation that could in principle be done, you have no causal claim at all, regardless of how carefully you noted the hour, which is why science privileges controlled intervention over chronology when the two pull apart. Causality without time also appears in fields where order is local, rather than global. In a general space-time, you can define cause and effect with respect to light cones, without ever slicing the universe into simultaneous hyperplanes. And in that setting, the statement "A caused B" is simply that there is a future directed path inside B's light cone that begins at A and ends at B, a timeless criterion expressed in geometry, not in calendar language. Even when quantum entanglement creates correlations that look spooky, they obey this geometry since no influence appears outside a light cone, and all the non-local structure shows up only in joint statistics that cannot be harnessed to send a controllable message. None of this makes the lived sense of time an illusion you should ignore. It only moves it to the right place, because for acting beings the arrow is set by the asymmetry between what can be set and what must be read, by the thermodynamic truth that writing records costs energy, and that memory points one way. And it is this practical asymmetry that your mind translates into a river. In the equations, the dependence can be stated without a clock. In the lab, the direction is the one exposed by knob turning and by heat flowing. The closing lesson is soft and empowering. Yes, cause and effect can be defined and discovered without a master clock, through geometry that orders what can reach what, and through interventions that distinguish levers from dials. And when you learn to think that way, you become more precise in both science and life, less tempted to confuse correlation with influence, more aware that many disagreements about order are disputes about perspective rather than about dependence. You can still keep a calendar for appointments, but when you ask why a fever fell, or why a bridge stands, or why a model predicts well, you will reach for the structure of mechanisms and the shape of allowable influences, a timeless skeleton on which any honest account of time can be hung. Eternalism versus Presentism, two competing philosophies of time. Picture yourself standing between two quiet libraries at night, one with a single diary laid open to today's page, and all the other pages blank, the other with a heavy biography already complete from first sentence to last. And feel how each building whispers a different philosophy of time. Presentism says only the diary's current page truly exists, and the rest is potential or memory, while Eternalism says the whole biography is equally real. Every chapter shelved in a four-dimensional archive, where your life is a continuous volume rather than a moving dot. To understand the dispute, you must separate grammar from ontology, and ask not how we talk about yesterday and tomorrow, but what, if anything, they are made of. Presentism begins with a humanly attractive claim that reality consists solely of what is happening now. A view that honors the vividness of your experience and makes openness feel genuine, because the future is not there yet to constrain you. And the past is gone except for the traces it left. The challenge is that ordinary talk seems to require more than the present, for if only the current page exists, what makes it true that dinosaurs roamed, or that a distant ancestor once wrote a letter? And philosophers call this the truth-maker problem for presentism. Several strategies answer. One says there are present facts about the way the world is that ground statements about what was, perhaps encoded in records, conserved quantities, or primitive tensed properties that do not reduce to timeless relations. Another adopts a growing block, where the past and present exist and the future does not yet. So history accumulates behind you as a thickening archive, while the next page remains blank. A third imagines a moving spotlight where the whole biography exists, but only one page is illuminated, and the illumination does real metaphysical work, elevating the lit page to full presence while leaving the rest unlit. Eternalism, by contrast, rejects any special metaphysical status for the illuminated page and treats the past, present, and future as different locations within one structure. Much as here and there are different locations in space, you still have your page. You still feel the urgency of choosing. But ontologically, every page is a peer, and what changes is not what exists, but where your perspective sits within the volume. This picture absorbs many puzzles with ease, since cross-time relations like earlier than and later than are simply geometric orderings. Persistence through change is handled by saying objects have temporal parts spread across many pages, and truths about extinct creatures are true because those chapters are in the book. The cost is explaining the felt flow, a task eternalists often place on cognition, arguing that the mind constructs a corridor by knitting memory and expectation, so that what seems like becoming is the way a remembering and forecasting agent inhabits a static manuscript. Physics does not legislate metaphysics, yet its hints matter, and those hints are often brandished in the debate. A common argument for eternalism notes that simultaneity at a distance is not absolute in relativistic spacetime. Different observers slice the world into different sets of nows, and it is awkward to privilege one slices the sole reality when every measurement can be described without it. Presentists respond that there could be a hidden foliation that we have not detected, a preferred slicing that underlies appearances, or they shift presentness from a global plane to a local relational idea tied to what fits within a light cone, turning the now into something like your immediate neighborhood of signals, rather than a universal page. Eternalists add that many successful equations treat time as a coordinate with no distinguished moment, and that variational principles compute entire histories from boundary data, which looks natural on the biography model. Advocates of dynamic time reply that such successes do not erase the phenomenology of passage, and they emphasize that a theory may represent the world tenselessly for calculational elegance, while reality itself includes tensed features that the representation compresses. The dispute spills into how things persist. If only the present exists, you may treat objects as enduring wholes that are wholly present at each time, with change as properties that come and go. If all times exist, you may view objects as extended in the time dimension as well, with change as differences between neighboring temporal parts. Each stance offers clarity in some cases, and headaches in others. Endurance explains why you feel fully yourself now, not merely a slice, but it struggles to locate identity across time without appealing to unobservable ties. Perdurance explains change by simple variation across parts. Yet some people find it alien to think of a person as a stack of phases, rather than as a single entity that persists. The debate also touches ethics and emotion. On an eternalist view, the sorrow of loss can be reinterpreted, not as a vanishing into nothing, but as separation along the time axis. The chapter exists, and will always exist, even if you cannot return to inhabit it. A thought that some find consoling presentists counter that consolation rings hollow. Because what exists for us is the living page, not the fixed archive, and it is the openness of the unwritten that makes responsibility and hope meaningful. Future truth is another battleground. Is the statement "there will be a sea breeze tomorrow" already true or false? Or does it lack a truth value until the page is written? Eternalists tend to grant truth values based on the whole book. Presentists often use supervaluation or branching semantics, where multiple possible continuations are compatible with the current page, and truth weights on which branches realize a formalism that captures your sense that the future is genuinely unsettled because many continuations are still live. Even humble index words take sides. In a tenseless description, now works like here, a pointer whose reference changes with context but does not require exotic metaphysics. While in a tense description, now marks a real feature of the world that moves, which must be reconciled with the fact that physics does not include a moving marker. Some presentists bite the bullet and introduce a primitive property of presentness that sweeps forward. Others locate movement in consciousness rather than in the world, and so drift back toward an eternalist reading in new clothes. You can test your intuitions with small experiments of thought that avoid old paradoxes. Imagine two distant scientists who have not synchronized their clocks, and who perform measurements that only later can be compared. Eternalism has no trouble. The outcomes sit in the book and will agree when the records meet, while Presentism must explain in what sense both outcomes are real before the meeting without admitting the distant events as existing. Now, a task that can be managed with local presence, but becomes conceptually busy. Or consider truth makers again. A fossil seems to witness to a dinosaur's existence, which tempts you to say the dinosaur page must be there in some sense, whereas the presentist can reply that the fossil's structure and the relevant laws are enough to ground the statement without reifying the dinosaur itself. Each reply sharpens your sense of what you are willing to count as an explanation. Standing between the two libraries, you do not have to swear loyalty to one building forever. You can take from eternalism a respect for global coherence, for the way many successful models treat time symmetrically, and trade flow for relations. And you can take from presentism a respect for the lived asymmetry that guides action, for the genuine sensation that the next line can still be chosen, and the last one cannot be revised. In practice, a scientist can calculate with a tenseless manuscript, and a person can promise with a tensed voice. And the two can be consistent if you recognize that models answer different questions than meanings do. Perhaps the wisest posture is to read the world with both lamps on. The cool light that helps you see the whole arrangement of chapters, and the warm light that illuminates your current page, so you can write it with care when you leave the hallway and step back into your day. The choice between diary and biography will not force itself upon you as a crisis. It will settle into a way of thinking that keeps you clear and gentle, knowing that explanation sometimes asks for a fixed architecture of events, while living asks for a present that feels real enough to bear love, duty, and change. Why some physicists say time is just an illusion of consciousness. Consider a quiet provocation and let it rest in you for a moment. What if the passage you feel is not a property of the universe, but a property of how your mind keeps itself together? Because when some physicists say time is an illusion of consciousness, they do not mean clocks are useless, or that equations cannot order events. They mean that the felt flow, the vivid moving present that seems to carry you along, may be a construction your brain performs so that perception, action, and memory can cooperate without falling apart. Begin with the gentle mechanics of awareness. Your brain does not report every microchange the instant it occurs. It gathers signals into short windows, and composes a single experience from pieces that arrived at slightly different moments. A span psychologists have long called the spacious present, and inside that span perception is less a camera and more a composer. Neural populations in sensory areas evolve through states that naturally encode duration, a state-dependent clock that needs no gears, and higher systems then read those evolving patterns to decide when something began, how long it lasted, and what should come next. Much of this is predictive rather than reactive. In the predictive processing view, your brain constantly proposes what the next fraction of a second will bring and compares that forecast with incoming sensations, then updates its model to reduce the error. The feeling of flow may be the feeling of that loop running smoothly, a stream of small predictions accepted and refined, each update stitched to the last so that you inhabit a narrative rather than a flicker. This story earns its credibility because you can watch it bend under special conditions. Saccades. The quick jumps your eyes make several times each second leave a brief gap that your brain quietly covers. And in the chronostasis illusion, the second hand of a clock can seem to pause right after a glance, as if an extra slice of now had been inserted to maintain continuity. Oddball stimuli, a beep or flash that differs from a train of regular ones, are judged to last longer than identical physical durations, because surprise widens the integration window, an effect tied to how attention and arousal modulate the internal pace of the estimator. Virut's law reveals a complementary bias. Short intervals are overestimated and long intervals underestimated, which is what a Bayesian estimator would do when it combines noisy measurements with a prior for typical durations. These are not trivia. They are fingerprints of a system that constructs its own temporal metric on the fly and tunes it to context. The body supplies further levers. Dopamine speeds the internal clock used for short intervals, while low dopamine slows it. The basal ganglia participate in a beat-based mechanism that accumulates coincident oscillations into a sense of elapsed time. The cerebellum calibrates millisecond precision for movement and perception, and the prefrontal and parietal cortices bind these estimates to decisions and reports. When these systems are tweaked by fatigue, stress, meditation, or illness, the seconds you feel stretch or compress, and your report of duration can drift apart from the time an external device would show. Even in a healthy brain, the sense of when an intention happened can slide. Intentional binding shortens the felt delay between an action and its effect, a compression that seems to maintain a coherent story of agency, rather than a literal measurement. And other tasks show that the boundary between separate events can be shifted simply by grouping them differently, which is why music and language can elicit a strong sense of tempo without changing the physical clock you hold. Memory deepens the claim that time may be a mental construction because episodic recollection rebuilds the past, using a scattered set of traces rather than playing back a recording. The hippocampus contains time cells, neurons that fire at successive moments across a delay while an experience unfolds, and the patterns of their activity provide a scaffold for ordering events. Event boundaries in perception slice continuous experience into meaningful chunks, and later duration judgments depend strongly on how many distinct segments were encoded, rather than on how long the episode really lasted. Prospective and retrospective timing can even disagree in systematic ways. When you are watching the clock, the internal counter runs briskly, so a minute feels long. But when you look back later, the same minute can feel brief, if it contained little novelty, a dissociation that confirms the dependence of felt time on attention and memory, rather than on an external river. What does any of this have to do with physicists who doubt that time is fundamental? Their argument is not that clocks fail, it is that many successful descriptions of nature work without placing a privileged present into the ontology. Equations can be written to relate entire configurations without asking them to march to a master beat, and the parameter we call time can often be replaced by correlations among variables, so that change is defined by how one thing varies with respect to another, rather than by how everything flows with respect to an invisible drum. If the world at its base is a web of relations and constraints, not a stage with a built-in clock, then the passage you feel would have to be added by a creature that remembers, predicts, and acts. On this view, consciousness supplies the moving spotlight, because an embodied brain needs to bind sensory streams, motor plans, and social commitments into a single corridor of experience. The corridor is real for you, but its movement is not written in the furniture of the universe. It is written in the code that keeps your story coherent. Consider one more line of evidence that bridges physics and mind. Information is expensive to erase. Writing a record and then cleaning it up produces heat, which is why measuring devices and brains warm their surroundings as they create and revise representations. The direction you call forward is the direction in which records accumulate, which is another way of saying that what you can know and share grows along one orientation of your experience. Flow then becomes the steady growth of reliable marks in the world and in yourself, a thermodynamic narrative told in neural spikes and ink and bits. None of this requires that time as a coordinate be false, only that the experience of passage is a special achievement. To call it an illusion is therefore a double-edged phrase. It is an illusion in the sense that it does not belong to the external geometry as a moving feature. But it is not an illusion in the sense of being frivolous or wrong. It is an evolved solution to the problem of living in a lawful world, with slow hardware and noisy signals. A way of turning scattered happenings into a life you can steer. You can hold both levels in your hands without strain. The clock on the wall does what you ask of it. It synchronizes you with other people, so that trains run and surgeries start, while your inner clock does what evolution asked of it. It knits change into a present that feels thick enough to act within and thin enough to update with new evidence. If you let this settle, the claim that time is an illusion becomes less threatening and more tender. It invites you to notice that anxiety often comes from treating your felt stream as if it were a cosmic verdict rather than a personal construction, and it frees you to shape that construction with attention and care. You can slow your day by admitting novelty, since memory measures the richness of experience more than the length of a schedule. You can ease a tense hour by giving your predictive mind fewer reasons to jolt. You can meet other people with patience, because their corridors are built from different rhythms and needs. And when night comes, and you listen to your breath, you can let the two truths rest side by side. That the universe may not contain a moving now, and that you do, a gentle rhythm your mind plays, so that meaning has somewhere to land. Time perception in dreams versus waking life. Let your attention rest on the thin ledge between wakefulness and sleep, and notice how the sense of duration loosens there. Because dreaming does not simply shrink or stretch the clock you know. It builds a different one from different parts. And the contrast between dream time and waking time is a careful lesson in how brains construct temporality at all. In waking life, your estimate of duration is held together by a coalition of systems that sample the outside world and your own body, with striatal and cerebellar circuits tallying rhythmic coincidences, with dopamine tuning the pace for short intervals, with the hippocampus laying down ordered episodes, and the prefrontal cortex auditing the sequence so that seconds have a context. Yet in REM sleep, many of those anchors are loosened. Acetylcholine runs high, while norepinephrine and serotonin drop. Sensory gates dampen outside input. Motor output is paralyzed to keep dreams from becoming dangerous movements, and frontal oversight dims as limbic and visual networks surge. So the ingredients that make time feel solid by day are rearranged into a chemistry that is better at narrative than at bookkeeping. Inside that chemistry, the rules of timing tilt toward two principles you can test with your own experience. First, prospective timing in dreams is weak, because the brain is not reading a metronome, but simulating one. And second, retrospective timing depends less on elapsed physical minutes and more on the number of distinct changes you encoded, the count of scene cuts, emotional peaks, and plot turns, which is why a brief REM episode near morning can feel like an epic if it was rich in novelty, and a longer one can feel thin if it cycled a single mood. This eventfulness rule appears quietly in waking life too, where busy days compress in the moment and expand in memory. But REM amplifies it because environmental constraints are relaxed, and the brain generates its own surprises at a faster rate. The cleanest hint that dream time is not arbitrary comes from lucid dreamers who agree. Before sleep, on a simple task and a way to mark its start and end with left right eye movements, that EEG can record after they wake. Counting from 1 to 10 in a dream often takes about as long as counting aloud in bed, which tells you that some simulated routines run close to real time. Yet more complex actions can take longer, likely because motor imagery without bodily feedback progresses cautiously, and because the brain in REM repeats certain neural motifs, such as ponto, geniculo, occipital bursts, that may segment events into broader beats than waking movement does. Another clue is how external stimuli weave themselves into dream plots, not as neat inserts, but as retroactive causes. The loud alarm becomes the siren that had always been approaching. The knock at the door becomes part of a scene that feels established, and the effect is a gentle piece of post-diction, where the brain fits late signals into an ongoing story, then writes memory, as if the foreshadowing were already there. When you wake, you remember a coherent sequence and mistake that coherence for a long prior duration, even though the decisive physical cue arrived just before awakening. Neurophysiology offers a map for these distortions. In REM, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, so helpful for temporal order checks, is relatively quiet, while the default mode network, amygdala, and visual associative areas are bustling. A balance that favors immersive, emotionally weighted narratives over exact timekeeping, and the basal ganglia's dopamine tone, which by day regulates the speed of short interval timing, is altered in sleep, which likely widens the internal binding window during which events are fused as simultaneous. Add to that the reduction of multisensory calibration from the outside world, and you get a clock that is calibrated by internal rhythm and surprise rather than by metered input stage. Also matters. REM dreams tend to be more static and thought-like, with fewer rapid flips in scene and emotion, and people often report them as shorter and less vivid, while late-night REM episodes lengthen across the sleep cycle, giving more room for elaborate plots. Memory has a recency bias too, so the last REM before waking floods recall, which helps explain why your most detailed dream seems to span a saga, even when the physiology says the window was tens of minutes. There is a deeper cognitive twist worth holding. In both dreaming and waking you own two clocks. The one you consult while an interval unfolds, and the one you reconstruct after the fact. And they diverge more in dreams, because attention is not allocated to metering, because executive circuits that would correct wild estimates are quiet, and because the dream's own editing compresses or expands scenes as it fits them together. When you become lucid and direct attention to timing, the gap shrinks, which is a quiet demonstration that the resource you apply determines the temporal resolution you experience. Even emotion plays a calibrated part. A surge of fear or awe slows perceived time in the moment by flooding working memory with salient details that your estimator counts as more happening. A trick familiar from car accidents by day and from cliff-edge chases by night, while low arousal lets minutes pour away without marks. REM's tendency toward high emotional variance. Terror followed by flight, reunion followed by flight again, generates exactly the pattern of dense markers that expand retrospective duration. If you want a practical test, the tools are simple. Train lucidity and set a prearranged cue for the start and end of a short task. Count or sing a stanza, mark it with eye signals, and compare with your waking baseline. You will find that simple rhythms track real seconds fairly well, while elaborate movements lag, and that the more you attend to timing, the more the dream's clock aligns with the laboratories, a result that supports the broader lesson that time in experience is actively maintained, rather than passively received. All of this does not turn dream time into a deception, it turns it into a teacher, because it shows you that the sense of passage depends on the density of change, on how prediction and memory collaborate, and on which brain networks are in charge of the scene, and waking life follows the same rules with tighter anchors. If you want days to feel longer, enrich them with novelty that gives memory more segments. If you want a tense minute to ease, reduce the number of surprising events that your estimator will count. If you want steadier agency, practice allocating attention to timing when it matters. Knowing that the instrument you are using is your own brain. The soft closing thought is that dreams do not counterfeit time so much as repaint it with different pigments. And when you rise and step into morning, you can carry the insight that the seconds you inhabit are not simply poured onto you from a clock on the wall, but constructed from change, attention, and evidence, which means you have a hand in their texture. By how vividly you learn, by how gently you breathe, by how clearly you mark beginnings and ends, you can let the waking day grow elastic in a way that is honest to physics and kind to your mind. Could consciousness be the true clock of reality? Stand very still and listen for a moment to the quiet instruments inside you. The murmuring lungs, the patient heart, the oscillating cells in your cortex, and ask a question with a soft edge to it. If physics does not grant a privileged present to the cosmos, could the stream you experience as now be the real clock for the world you inhabit, the one that decides when events become facts for you? Because consciousness does not only witness time, it parcels it. It sets boundaries on when separate sensations are bound together and when they are kept apart. And these boundaries act like ticks that organize your personal reality. Begin with a picture that is simple enough to hold. Perception is not a continuous leak of detail, but a sequence of updates. Each update arriving when the brain's evidence about a stimulus has crossed a threshold that justifies broadcasting it widely to systems that handle meaning and report. A moment some researchers call ignition, often accompanied by a characteristic wave in scalp recordings, a few hundred milliseconds after a decisive event. You can think of these ignitions as the chimes on your inner clock, because they mark the moments when potential signals become stable contents of awareness. Beneath that level, networks of neurons hum at different rhythms that nest inside one another. Slow cycles set broad windows during which information can accumulate. Quicker cycles knit together features that belong to the same moment. And the relative timing between slow and fast rhythms helps decide what will be experienced as one scene and what will be felt as two. In calm wakefulness, the eyes, ears, and skin deliver streams that the brain groups into temporal binding windows of a size that depends on context, often a few tens to a few hundred milliseconds, and anything that falls within the same window is typically merged. If a flash appears and a tone follows closely, you will often feel them as simultaneous, because consciousness wrote a single tick over both. This is why the breath and the pulse matter more than poetry would suggest. The phase of your heartbeat modulates the ease with which faint events are detected. Inhalation entrains cortical rhythms and nudges the moment when an update is likely, and arousal chemistry adjusts how quickly the decision threshold is reached. When these internal paces speed or slow, your sense of the next moment changes with them, not as an opinion, but as a measurable shift in the intervals at which you can separate two close events. Even the spontaneous microstates of the resting brain, short-lived patterns that last the length of a blink, divide your idle thoughts into discrete frames. And the rate at which those microstates succeed one another predicts how fluid your awareness will feel in the next minute. If consciousness is the clock for the world you live in, it keeps time not with a single escapement, but with a choir. And you feel time pass when the choir agrees on a beat long enough to send a clear message to memory. Consider what this implies about the boundary between the possible and the real. An encounter becomes part of your world when it survives the competition for access to your global workspace, the network that coordinates perception, decision, and report. And that access depends on both the strength of the signal and the state of the observer. In bright daylight, a whisper may never earn a tick at all. In quiet focus, the same whisper becomes a certified event. Your personal second is therefore elastic, a summary of how quickly noisy evidence is converted into a stable story. Models that treat decisions as a gradual accumulation of support capture this with economy. Drift is the rate at which evidence flows in. Threshold is the bar for awareness. and non-decision time covers the sensory and motor delays that do not enter consciousness. Shift any of these parameters and the experience tempo moves while the outside world stays the same. This elasticity explains familiar differences between minds and moments. Without invoking mysticism, a mind under caffeine or curiosity lowers the cost of ignition and experiences brisker ticks. A mind under fatigue or grief raises the cost and experiences slower, heavier ticks. A meditative mind lays a wider, quieter binding window and experiences fewer chimes per m in Newt, because it postpones ignition until evidence is steadier. None of this requires denial of physical clocks. It reframes what a clock measures, not a flow that runs past you, but the cadence at which your system is ready to declare something real. The idea becomes stronger when you follow the loop through memory and prediction. Conscious moments are not isolated beads. They are stitched by expectations about what ought to arrive next, and those expectations are themselves updated on a schedule set by how surprising the world has been. When prediction errors are small, the brain can lengthen the interval between updates and coast. When they spike, updates come rapidly, sometimes too rapidly to consolidate, which is part of why panic feels staccato, and why novelty makes days feel long in retrospect. Memory writes its own ledger in the same currency. The number of distinct event boundaries you encode during an hour strongly determines how long that hour will seem later, which means the clock of experience does not only tick in the moment, it leaves a permanent record of its ticking, and the density of those marks is what you remember as duration. Philosophers sometimes say that if the universe is a fixed tapestry, your movement through it must be an illusion. But from inside a living mind, the relevant movement is the one the mind itself performs as it collects. Evidence commits to an interpretation and stores it. The cadence of those commitments is the only clock that has authority over meaning. There is a scientific discipline hidden inside the poetry here. You can measure your clock, train yourself to notice discrete moments by practicing tasks that require distinguishing two events that are close together in time, and you will discover limits that can be sharpened with attention. Align simple actions with your breath, and feel how the ease of timing improves when action begins just after the start of an exhale. Observe how the ease of noticing a faint sound changes with your pulse, and learn to move decisions away from the phase where sensitivity dips. These are not metaphors, but practical ways of tuning the chime rate of awareness. You cannot make your clock violate the limits set by nerve conduction or energy costs, but you can set it into a regime where the world feels more richly partitioned or more gently continuous depending on what you need. With this in view, you can answer the opening question without drama. Consciousness is not the master clock of the cosmos that tells distant galaxies when to age, but it is the only clock that tells you when reality begins for you. Because reality, in the sense that matters for a life, is the set of events that have been admitted, bound, and recorded by a brain that must act. When you treat your days this way, the struggle to keep pace with an external flow softens into a more humane project, to care for the device that sets your ticks, to cultivate rhythms that let the world arrive at a rate you can metabolize, to design work and rest so that evidence collects cleanly and decisions are not rushed by noise. You step away with a quieter confidence, knowing that while physics will continue to compute without a privilege now, your mind will continue to grant one, and that this granting is not a mistake but a skill, a way of building a clock that is faithful enough to the world, to steer by and flexible enough to fit a human life. If time is an illusion, what does that mean for free will? Start with a worry that feels sharper the more you think about it, and softer the more you breathe through it. If the river of time is not a river at all, if what you call the present is a way your mind organizes change rather than a moving edge in the world, does that empty choice of meaning? Or can free will survive in a reality where past and future might be parts of a single structure? The answer grows clearer when you separate the physics that relates states to other states, the psychology that turns evidence into decisions, and the ethics that cares about guidance, learning, and responsibility. Because only by keeping those layers distinct can you see where freedom actually lives. Start with physics at its most austere, and notice that neither a flowing time nor a frozen time tells you by itself whether choices matter, because determinism is about how states fix other states through laws, not about whether the universe carries a moving spotlight, and indeterminism is about lawful probabilities, not about a magic that lifts you out of causation. A deterministic world can still contain agents whose internal states steer actions in dependable ways, and an indeterministic world can still fail to give you control if the only source of variation is noise. What becomes interesting is the relation between your local capacities and the web of causes in your reach. In the language of modern causation, the question shifts from a metaphysical, do I violate the fabric, to a practical, can interventions anchored in me change downstream variables in ways that answer to my reasons? Which is the difference between categorical freedom, the ability to have done otherwise, in an absolute sense, and conditional freedom, the ability to have done otherwise, if my reasons had been different within the same lawful world. You can make this precise without poetry. Imagine your brain and body as a controller embedded in an environment, a system that takes in sensory streams, carries forward predictions, looks up values that encode your goals, and sends out motor commands that alter the world. If there are states of you for which doing this would change what happens in your future light cone compared with doing that, and if those internal states can be shaped by evidence and reflection, then you have the kind of agency that matters for living. Even if a cosmic archivist could describe the whole arrangement tenselessly, this is not hand-waving, but a shift of focus to the right level of description, at the fine grain. Every ion channel and molecule obeys local rules at the level that governs choice. You are a network that accumulates evidence, sets thresholds, and adjusts policies. Drift diffusion models show how decisions form as noisy information is integrated, until a criterion is met, and the important freedom you exercise is in setting the criterion, in deciding to wait for more evidence or to act quickly, in weighting outcomes by your values rather than by impulse. Basal ganglia circuits implement those thresholds. Prefrontal areas tune the cost of waiting, and learning rules move those settings toward strategies that serve your goals in your context. This is what control theorists call a closed loop, and what statisticians call an intervention. You alter a lever inside the loop, and downstream distributions change. In a block description, the lever and its consequences are just two regions of the same tapestry. Yet the pattern they form is exactly the one we mean by choosing. Neuroscience's most famous challenge to free will, the finding that certain brain signals rise before a reported urge to move, looks less fatal when you know how those signals work. Readiness potentials often reflect the brain's background accumulation toward a spontaneous movement in tasks that ask you to act without reason, while tasks that require reasons show different dynamics. And models in which small fluctuations drift until a threshold is reached can produce the same early activity without implying that a decision has already been taken by a separate self you cannot access. Even in the classic experiments, people could cancel an action late in the process, a veto that reveals a useful degree of control over thresholds, rather than a mystical override. The deeper lesson is that the timing of awareness is tuned for stable reporting, not for millisecond policing of motor cortex, and that awareness still plays an executive role by setting goals, training habits, and rewriting policies over hours and years. Now fold in the line of thought that time might be an emergent bookkeeping of correlations, rather than a fundamental substance, and notice how little that changes the story of agency. What you need for freedom is not a moving now inserted into the cosmos, but a reliable map of how your actions influence outcomes within the domain you can affect. And that map exists in any world where local signals travel, where energy and information can be stored, and where policies can be revised in light of prediction errors. Quantum randomness, fascinating as it is, does not hand you authorship by itself, because a dice throw inside your neurons would widen a distribution without making it your decision. What matters is that you are a learning system that can move from rules that waste energy and harm your goals to rules that conserve energy and serve your goals. And that shift is a change in causal structure, measurable at the scale of behavior. Chaos theory adds another subtlety that helps rather than hurts. Because even when equations are deterministic, sensitivity to initial conditions makes prediction from the outside expensive, and computational irreducibility means that the only way to know what a policy will do is often to run the policy. In such settings, the agent's own computation is not merely a replay of what was written elsewhere. It is the physical mechanism by which the outcome comes to exist inside the local web. And at that local scale, the right description is that the agent chooses by performing the computation that turns reasons into action. Ethics sits on top of these facts and asks what to do with them. If time is an illusion in the sense that there is no universal spotlight moving across a block, you do not lose responsibility. You change how you talk about it. Responsibility becomes a forward-looking tool, a way to align policies with shared values, to modify incentives and environments so that future behavior, which still lies in the part of the web you can influence, bends toward better outcomes. Blame that imagines a supernatural power to step outside laws is replaced by assessment that asks which levers exist, which are teachable, which are impaired, and which responses will actually change trajectories inside real light cones. Praise becomes the acknowledgement that a difficult policy was learned and implemented, that a system with many temptations chose a route that required discipline, and that such choices are contagious through social feedback. The illusion talk, properly understood, takes nothing away from this practice. It simply replaces a myth of uncaused choice with a science of guided choice. There is also a private relief to be had. If the passage you feel is a construction that helps you act, you can spend less energy arguing with it and more energy using it, which means designing environments that make the better policy easier, building habits that lower the cost of the right threshold, and spacing decisions so that evidence has time to accumulate. You can treat sleep, exercise, and attention not as moral theater, but as ways to maintain the machinery that makes you free, in the only sense that matters, the capacity to steer your path by reasons you endorse. And if someone tells you that a static cosmos makes all this pretend, remember the simple counterpoint that the static description contains your deliberations as surely as it contains planetary orbits, that your reasons and their effects are part of the geometry, and that a world in which nothing could be changed by reflection would also be a world in which learning never worked, which is not our world. So the ending is quiet rather than dramatic. If time is an illusion, it is the kind that helps a finite creature turn correlations into plans. Free will then is not a license to break laws, but a competence at using them, a skill at placing interventions where they alter what happens next in ways that answer to your values. You do not need an external river to carry that competence, or a cosmic permission slip to exercise it. You need a clear picture of your levers, a patient respect for the costs of changing policies, and a gentle commitment to the kind of practice that makes future pages different, because you wrote this one with care.